Good job.
I'm calling a regular city council meeting of Sherwood to order. Did I have this on? Yeah. Is everybody ready?
It's coming.
Oh. Roll call. Oh, hold it. Call to order. Pledge of Allegiance. Everybody, half of you are standing already, so the other half. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call.
Mayor Middleton.
Here.
Council President Henderson.
Here.
Councilor Grant is absent. Councilor Folsom.
Here.
Councilor Butterfield.
Here.
Councilor Langer.
Here.
Councilor Clark.
Here.
Thank you.
We have one change on the current agenda. We're going to have council announcement before citizen comments. Council announcements only take about 5 minutes, and we have some people here that may have to leave. So, and even if they don't, it'll only take a minute or two, and sometimes it will inform you on information that you might want to know. So that's the only change for now. Consent agenda.
I'll move we adopt consent.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we have something here that is going to be exciting for everybody. We have the Maid Marian Court. Would you? Oh, we have more fun coming. Would the person who is in charge of the Maid Marian Court this year, because it's changed since Alice did it for 100 years. So would you please introduce your court?
Give her a mic.
Yeah, you can sit right over here with your microphone, and that way we can. Or you do that one, yeah. And they want them to come up. We'd like them to come up.
Oh, okay. So you guys are gonna stay.
No, we're coming down.
Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. Everybody can hear me. So, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Sherwood City Council members, and those in the audience tonight, and citizens watching from home. My name is Allison Starling, and I'm this year's chaperone of the Maid Marian Court. And this is the festival's 60th year, so it's a very exciting year. So, without any further delay, I'm going to introduce Maid Marian here. Her name is Katie Roach, and she's the daughter of Steve and Lori Roach. She's a sophomore at Sherwood High School, and she enjoys English and history, listening to music, writing stories, acting, reading, hanging out with friends, as well as her 3 dogs. She was on the junior court in 2007, and following high school, she plans on attending an Oregon college and studying zoology. Okay, next we have Emma Hall. She's the daughter of Wesley and Stephanie Hall. She's a freshman attending Sherwood High School. Emma participated in Sherwood High School's cross-country team. Emma's hobbies include training for a half marathon, baking, hanging out with friends, and reading about current events. She's excited to participate on the Maid Marian Court with her best friend and older sister. That's Emma. Okay, next we have Megan Starling. She's the daughter of Adam and Allison Starling. She is currently a freshman at Sherwood High School. She has participated in Sherwood High School's cross-country team, currently training for a half marathon, and she's a member of the Sherwood Arrows High School dance team. Megan enjoys volunteering at many events, including the Special Olympics. Next, we have Kate Hall. Kate is a junior at Sherwood High School. She's the daughter of Wesley and Stephanie Hall. She is the oldest of 4 kids and has been involved in the community in many ways, including service projects with her church and youth camp leader. Kate is an editor for the high school's newspaper, and she's also a published author. Okay, next we have Sierra. She's the daughter of Leroy Wagner and Sombra Macaulay Wagner. She's currently an 8th grader at St. Anthony's, and she'll be attending Sherwood High School next year. She has a gift for singing and performing, and she is an active member of Voices for the Performing Arts. When she is not busy performing, she loves playing volleyball and tennis. This fall, she plans to go to Oregon State University. Okay, so now we have our junior court ladies. First, we have Ella. She's the daughter of Peter and Carrie Kunert and big sister to Brady. She's a 3rd grader at Edie Ridge Elementary. She enjoys writing, playing with friends, being outdoors, playing soccer, riding bikes, listening to music, and numerous volunteer activities she engages in with her Girl Scout troop. And Ella is an animal lover who is simply drawn to animals. Okay, next we have Brooklyn. Brooklyn is the daughter of Stephen and Jessica Lavelle, and she has an older brother, Braden, who's 16, and an older sister, Brittany, who's 12. She is a 2nd grader at Hopkins. She enjoys many activities, including riding her bike around town, ice skating, walking her dog, singing. Brooklyn has participated in her school talent show the last couple of years and also the World Changers program. Okay, next we have Keely. Keely McCauley. She is the daughter of Leroy Wagner and Sombra Macaulay Wagner. She is currently in 3rd grade at St. Anthony Catholic School. She excels at Spanish and math, and this fall she will be starting 4th grade at St. Francis in Sherwood. She loves to play soccer, lacrosse, tennis, and basketball for Sherwood. When she is not playing sports, she loves to participate in any activities in Sherwood. Okay. Miss Emma. Emma Starling is the daughter of Adam and Allison Starling. She's currently a 2nd grader at Middleton Elementary. She loves to dance, ride bikes, jump on the trampoline with friends, and her favorite sport is soccer, and she is looking forward to playing again this fall. She also loves to read and excels in math. Emma loves living in Sherwood. Okay, and last but not least is Delaney. Delaney is 10 years old, and she's in the 4th grade at the Sherwood Charter School. She's the daughter of Adam and Brenda Carlson and the sister to 3 brothers. She loves to play basketball, jump on the trampoline with friends, read books, and fish with her dad. At school, she loves to read and play with her friends. She also likes to stay after lunch and help clean up the cafeteria. So there you go. That's the 2013 Maid Marian Court. Yeah. So stay that same formation and come back out.
You do the formation. Can't block Matt out here, so.
Okay. Matt need a box? There you go.
Maddie?
Where's all the parents?
The dignitaries.
Anybody else want to be heard? Well, thank you very much. This is really You don't have to stay for the whole meeting. Yeah. We have more seats now in the front. And I have one more presentation. Jeffrey Martin is the newest Eagle Scout. He couldn't make it tonight, but he would like me to read what his project was, because these projects these young adults do are amazing. This one was at the Middleton. I said that one wrong, huh? Middleton. Yeah.
Never said that word before.
Pioneer Cemetery has been overgrown and unattended, but several Eagle Scout projects have been used to restore it. Mine was to landscape the front dust bark area. If you've been out there, it shows the fronting there. The challenge was being able to get low-growing shrubs and trees that wouldn't block visibility. After many hours and with help from friends, family, one of the many school teachers, and other scouts, I finished the project. I made a wooden engraved sign. After that, thanked the nurseries and the families and donated money and resources to the project. I also inscribed in loving memory of Zoe Grace Armitage, a baby who recently died due to heart problems and recently was buried there. Her parents heavily contributed to the project, and I can't thank them enough. So this is from Jeffrey Martin. I think we all ought to thank him too. And now is the Metro Southwest Corridor Project update. This is really good too. I really enjoy it.
Good evening, Mayor Middleton and members of council. My name is Craig Dirksen. I am the Metro Councilor for District 3, which includes Sherwood. I was elected to Metro Council last year, took my seat in January, and before that I was the mayor of Tigard for 8 years. I have with me Malu Wilkerson, who is a member of our planning staff, and we're here tonight to give you an update on the Southwest Corridor plan. The Southwest Corridor study began its life as a high-capacity transit study for the Southwest Corridor running from downtown Portland through Tigard, Tualatin, and out to Sherwood. It was the latest study that Metro and TriMet did together looking at what kind of high-capacity transit would be appropriate for this corridor, and it is the last corridor to be studied of those corridors that were identified back in the 80s when TriMet began looking at the concept of a high-capacity transit system for the Portland metro area. I say it began life as a high-capacity transit study because early the different jurisdictions along the corridor said, let's do this a different way. Instead of assuming high-capacity transit and then figuring out what the corridor needs to be to achieve that, let's look at our land use plans for all the cities along the corridor, what the studies are, what the different jurisdictions want to do with the corridor. Let's identify what we want the corridor to be. Then once we've done that, we'll figure out what kind of transportation system that we need to support that vision for the corridor. And the process by taking jurisdictions along the corridor, the city of Portland, Tigard, Tualatin, Sherwood, also Beaverton and Lake Oswego, as well as the smaller burgs of Durham and King City. And we compared how those work together, figured out how to make them mesh together and complement one another, and identify what we want to have for the corridor to look like when it builds out, so to speak. Once we had achieved that and identified what that vision was, then we began looking at the different transit options, and we didn't actually limit it to transit. We looked at transit options. We also are looking at what kind of roadway projects would need to be done to support the corridor, also parks and open spaces, and all kinds and the total land use plan itself. So this made it we made it a collaborative effort between all the different jurisdictions. We elected representatives from all the jurisdictions on a steering committee. Mayor Middleton and myself both sit on that. I sat on it also as the mayor of Tigard before I was a Metro councilor. Also included staff. We've reached a point now where we're trying to narrow down the focus. We identified literally hundreds of different road projects, parks and trails projects, and land use plans that would fit into the program, but we had to narrow them down somewhat to fit within the scope of what we were looking at for the entire plan. How am I doing? Where are we at?
We're working on the technical difficulties back
Okay.
here too, so we are working on getting your PowerPoint up.
That's okay.
Maybe I'll pause and let you catch up.
I'm trying to figure out what we can talk about without
Okay, well, let's talk
Pictures.
about the, well, we can Sure. We have several objectives moving forward with the corridor plan. One of those being accountability and partnership, making sure that we manage our resources responsibly and foster a collaborative attitude and a shared investment strategy and implement strategies effectively and fairly that represent and are supportive of the community. The goal here is for an area that is prosperous, to provide prosperity, a corridor where people can live and work and play and learn in a thriving and economically vibrant community where everyday needs are easily met, and one where the health of the individual and the community is considered, an environment that supports the ecosystem as well as the population living there. And obviously, with the corridor study with transportation, looking at access and mobility, that people have a safe, efficient, and reliable network of transportation, a complete transportation system that includes all modes, that enhances economic vitality and maintains our quality of life that we have here.
So it's kind of hard to talk about some of this without pictures, so I'm sorry that we're going to kind of wing it here, and maybe you'll see the pictures later. But the reason for taking this kind of broad look, not just at transit, but also at investments in roadway and active transportation projects, as well as parks and nature projects that are all grounded in the community vision that each of the cities has been working on, is to really focus and target our investments to support great places, both in mixed use kind of downtowns and main streets, and also in employment areas. There are a number of really important employment areas all throughout the Southwest Corridor, particularly in Sherwood and Tualatin, that have a lot of potential for future jobs. I think it's also important to emphasize that the Southwest Corridor, I think that you all know that it starts in downtown Portland and it goes all the, you're at the very southern edge of the Southwest Corridor. It also goes to a little bit of Lake Oswego, the kind of cruiseway area of Lake Oswego, and Washington Square in Beaverton. So it encompasses a big portion of the region.
Actually, as a former mayor of Tigard, I have to point out that Washington Square is in Tigard.
Yes, okay, sorry. The Nimbus part is in Beaverton. You're right. I'm with the wrong person to make a mistake like that.
That's okay. One of the questions that needs to be answered is, why are we doing this? Why are we going through this process? And basically the answer is because of expected growth. Our area grows at somewhere between 1 and 1.5% per year. And that means by 2035, which is kind of the horizon for our plan, we're looking at probably 20 to 30,000 more people living in this corridor. And how are we going to cope with that from a standpoint of where are they going to live, where are they going to work, how are they going to be able to travel between where they live and where they work, and be able to travel to all the other things that they need to do to live their life. We're looking at a population in the area today of about 140,000 people in the corridor that's being studied. We anticipate that by 2035, that population will have grown to about 206,000 people. Right now, we have about 163,000 jobs in the area. We anticipate by 2035, we will have and need to have about 251,000 jobs. So we need to consider it is going to grow. We know it's going to grow. How do we manage and control that so that the growth happens in a way that preserves what we have and make sure we have a quality of life for the people who live here now and will live here in the future?
And then I guess I would say that we're trying to figure out, as we think about how we invest in the future, how that connects to existing investments in the Southwest Corridor. There are a lot of major transit facilities in the Southwest Corridor already, and a lot of major roadways that we need to continue to maintain their capacity to be able to serve the needs of people traveling both in cars and freight movement. So we are thinking about that. And I think we made the point that the why we're doing this is focused on supporting the community land use vision that each of the cities has been working on with you. It's been your Sherwood Town Center plan. Tualatin was working on linking Tualatin. Tigard was leading the pack with the Tigard High Capacity Transit Land Use Plan, and Portland doing a Barber Concept Plan. So knitting all those pieces together and using the land use to guide how we think about investing our limited public dollars that are out there. This is going to be the last time I ever don't bring a piece of paper to give to people, just in case we have no technology that works. So I apologize. We'll get you something that you can look at tomorrow. We'll send something out that you can see what we're talking about. But I think we talked about how we collected this large list of projects. We didn't make them up. They came from you, from your transportation system plans, from capital improvement plans. We have really 4 categories of projects. Active transportation, which are those roadway and, the bicycling and pedestrian facilities, roadway improvements, parks and natural resource projects, and that is a really exciting thing for us to have a collection of green projects throughout the Southwest Corridor that come from Clean Water Services, come from the different parks districts. So we have that as a resource to look at when we're thinking about how we can leverage investments. And then the transit projects, which is really one of the key things that we wanted to be able to talk to you about tonight.
I would like to say that in addition to that, we've identified about 300 active transportation projects, about 450 parks and natural resources projects that support the concept of the corridor, about 150 major roadway improvements that we see as being needed to connect the corridor together and actually maximize how well the transit system would work as well. And we've narrowed the list of concepts for high-capacity transit down to 6 different options.
What we had for evaluation.
For evaluation.
Yeah.
Now we've narrowed it down to about 84 projects identified for active transportation, about 46 projects for roadway improvements, 5 alternatives for transit, and then parks and natural resources that we recognize are primarily, they rely on opportunities that might be presented by those above things. That would include options and opportunities to complete the, which of course links to Tualatin's concept for the Tonkin Trail, which then connects directly into, I know, the trail system plan that the city of Sherwood has as well.
So what we're headed for, we're throwing all of this stuff out at you, but what we're headed for is really a shared investment strategy that supports the community visions of each of the cities and identifies those areas where we want to, as a set of partners throughout this defined part of the metro region, where we want to work together to collaborate, to look for funding opportunities and get some of these projects that would support our communities on the ground. And we're looking at that shared investment strategy, including all of those elements that we talked about in terms of the project lists. And where we're headed in July, which is one of the reasons that that I think Mayor Middleton and your staff felt like it was a good idea for us to come now, is that we're headed towards a big milestone in July. And we're asking our steering committee to provide some guidance in terms of what the recommendation for the Southwest Corridor should be in a number of areas. One of the most important things that we've heard from every community when we've been out there talking to citizens, talking to staff, and hearing from you is that while there might be a need for high-capacity transit in the Southwest Corridor, there's an immediate need for better local transit service that connects more places. One of our tours of the Southwest Corridor, we had a TriMet bus that went between Sherwood and Tualatin on Tualatin-Sherwood Road, and one of the things that was brought up by both Sherwood and Tualatin staff was the fact that that doesn't happen ever. There's never a bus between the two cities, and so that local service enhancement planning is a really key element that should come out of the steering committee recommendation in July. We're looking for the steering committee to narrow the high-capacity transit alternatives from this wider range to a targeted kind of narrowed set that we can study further. We're also, and I want to get back to that piece, we're also looking to identify some of the policies and incentives for further exploration that really help build the kind of community infrastructure that has been identified through the community vision work, and have a strategic set of roadway and active transportation projects that we can work on collaboratively to figure out how to fund, as well as that prioritized set of green projects. So For the high capacity transit decisions, do you want to go through kind of what we're looking for in July?
In July, we're looking for decisions in 4 key areas. One of those is what should the destination for the high-capacity transit system be? The leading forerunner for this is a transit line that would come from Portland to Tualatin through Tigard, with connections to Sherwood with a high-capacity transit line, whether it be a light rail line or a bus rapid transit line, which are the 2 modes that are being considered, would probably only come to Tualatin, and then we provide bus service, local service, to link Sherwood to the station at the southern end. The modes we carry forward, light rail is one that's being recommended to continue to move forward and consider. One of the reasons for that is because the operating costs for it per rider are much lower than for any of the other options, even though the capital costs are more. And then also bus rapid transit, but several different varieties which could be considered that are of varying qualities. There's one that I've been calling the gold standard, but I'm told I have to quit calling it that because there's an international definition of what the gold standard of bus rapid transit is, which means even grades separated, and we're not talking about that. So let's call it platinum, a platinum service, which means you have at least 50% of the line, they're bus rapid transit with at least 50% of the line outside of existing right-of-way in its own transit way. Then a bronze level where you have a lower percentage that has its own transit way and the rest of it runs in regular traffic. And then what I call the lead version, because it would be by far the slowest and provide the least good service, and that would be running in the corridor along with mixed traffic. So we need to identify which 2 of those we would like to move forward for further consideration. Also, a policy, and then we went specific direction on the Southwest Transit Service Enhancement Plan, looking at, in addition to the high-capacity transit, how do we do improvements to standard bus transit that would support the corridor and enhance the function and usefulness of the high-capacity transit line as well. How was that?
That was great.
Okay.
So I think we could talk a little bit about some of the key findings from our evaluation of the transit alternatives, and then kind of talk about what's next, and then we will follow up with some visual information for you to see at a later date tomorrow. So as we looked at, we had 5 transit alternatives that we studied, we modeled, and we got information from that modeling effort. And one was light rail to Tigard. The other 4 were bus rapid transit. We had only one light rail because we understand it pretty well in this region. We can model it pretty effectively. Bus rapid transit, as Councillor Dirksen said, you can. There are a number of different applications. You can have it in exclusive transit way, almost like a train, but on rubber tires. You can have it running in mixed traffic with a few kind of queue priorities, and so you can treat it in a number of different ways, and we wanted to explore that. So there's some key findings that we can give you. We found really strong future transit demand. When we're looking at 2035, we found that the ridership numbers are pretty comparable to the last high-capacity transit project that we did in this region, which is the Portland to Milwaukee line, around 22,000 for light rail to Tigard. And when we got as far as Sherwood with the bus rapid transit, I think it was about 28,000 riders. Tualatin was 26, so there was a jump between Tigard and Tualatin, and a jump between Tualatin and Sherwood, but not as much of a jump there. We also found that as we are looking at testing out these different alternatives, that it's easier. We tried to look at how many trains and how many buses you would actually need to meet that demand. And we found that we could meet it with light rail with 7.5 minutes between the cars at the peak time. With bus rapid transit, because if you think about a train, you have 2 trains and 1 driver. And with bus rapid transit, that carries about 260 people. With a bus rapid transit vehicle, you have 1 driver with about 80 people on that bus. So you need more buses to meet the same demand, and you have to kind of put the buses closer together it ended up being between 3.5 to 4.5 minutes in the northern part of the corridor between buses to meet the demand.
Whereas we needed a light rail unit about every 7.5 minutes.
So that has impacts both on the efficiency of the transit, but also on the efficiency of the roadway and the auto and freight capacity. And since it's hard to show you the different alternatives without pictures, I think the big point that I would make is that we learned that really all destinations in the Southwest Corridor need better transit service, and what we need to figure out is the best way to serve them, whether it's through a high-capacity transit capital investment or if it's through better local service. And we're really hoping to get at both with this recommendation in July. Is there anything else that you would?
I'd like to speak briefly on what we've identified of what we anticipate would be a high-capacity transit route. We expect that in the city of Portland, it would roughly follow the line of Barber Boulevard, either within the right-of-way or with its own transit way adjacent to it. But when it entered Washington County at the northern end of Tigard, it would divert off of 99W and route through the center of what we call the Tigard Triangle. Do all of you understand what I mean when I say that? There's an area that is a triangle-shaped area that's bounded by Pacific Highway, Interstate 5, and 217. And that's an area that the city of Tigard anticipates for quite a bit of future growth, and having a high-capacity transit line running through it would facilitate that. It would run to the transit station in downtown Tigard and then route south either on 72nd Avenue or down Hall Boulevard and into Tualatin from there. It was identified early on that routing it high-capacity transit in the existing 99W corridor would have such a negative impact on traffic in that corridor that that was not a functional and feasible route for it to take.
Yeah. So I think what we can, I think then what I'd like to kind of share with you are the upcoming meetings and the timeline that we're looking at. So the steering committee is going to review a draft recommendation on June 10th, which is next Monday, that kind of covers all of the topics that we've talked about. And it will be a staff recommendation to the steering committee for them to talk about. And what we're asking of our steering committee members is that in June, they come back and talk with you about it and get your feedback on that draft recommendation, and also talk with the citizens in Sherwood and get comfortable with the direction that the steering committee might be taking in July. There will also be some opportunities for citizen engagement. In June, we have an online survey right now on our website. If you look at Metro's website and search for the Southwest Corridor Plan, we'll have a new one that's focused on the draft recommendation next week.
Once that's been provided.
Right. And then we're having a community planning forum at the Tigard Library, which is an event that's targeted at interested community members from all of the cities in the Southwest Corridor on June 26th. At the Tigard Library. We had one last month that was very in Tualatin. It was really exciting. We had a citizen from every single city at that event, so we're hoping to have that the same. July 8th. I'm sorry?
On June 26th, what time?
6 p.m. July 8th, we'll have a steering committee discussion of any changes to the draft recommendation based on the involvement and conversations that they've had. And July 22nd, we're looking for a steering committee action that will really end phase 1 of the Southwest Corridor and move us into implementation.
And the next phase, we're kind of, to be frank, we're running out of money for the first phase. We've studied it already more than a month longer than we'd anticipated, and we need to move into a refinement plan. But before we can do a refinement, we need to narrow our choices down, because right now it's just, there's too much, it's too broad. So that's what we're hoping to achieve in July, is be able to narrow it down. So when we do a refinement study, we can focus more tightly on how we should move forward.
So where's the funding coming from?
For everything?
Phase 1.
Well, all of the projects that we've discussed come from the city's existing land use plans and transportation system plans. For the most part, the funding we would anticipate would come from the standard sources that we typically see. Washington County's MSTIP program, the STIP state program, also federal funding. When you're looking at high-capacity transit, there are federal programs that help fund those. Based on history, we could anticipate that a high-capacity transit plan and a project would be funded probably at 50% by the federal government. Requirement, if we go with bus rapid transit, would be that it at least meet kind of that silver standard I talked about, where it's at least 50% of the corridor of its right-of-way is in its own transit way. So we would look for that. We would anticipate we would get that kind of funding from the federal government. And of course, you realize this isn't something that we're anticipating to start construction next year or the year after that. Running through a program like this, identifying it, going through the environmental impact statement and all those things, meeting all the requirements that the federal government makes on us. If we were to make the decision this year, it would probably be at least 10 years before we would begin construction. That's why we identified that early on, we need to start seeing incremental improvements to existing transit systems. We can't wait 10 years for this corridor to see improved transit, and we'll anticipate seeing measured changes and improvements immediately, only accumulating in high-capacity transit at some point in the future, 10, 15 years in the future. So it's hard to, that far in the future, it's hard to identify exactly what the funding sources would be, but those are the ones I've told you are the traditional sources that we use.
I just had a question, a clarification question.
Sure.
I know that you're in the planning stages at this point, but I wanted to ask you, you were talking about diminishing the time of the transit, and for Sherwood, you were talking about bus to high capacity transit. Is that what you're looking at for Sherwood as opposed to a light rail coming to Sherwood? You're looking for a bus meeting a light rail?
No decision. We haven't made any decisions yet, but what we had heard early on from Sherwood was that the city of Sherwood was not really interested in seeing a light rail come all the way out to Sherwood. And frankly, the ridership numbers don't support that either. There's just not enough ridership to make it worthwhile. And so in the earlier discussions, most of the modeling that we have done anticipates some kind of high-capacity transit coming to Tualatin, and then there being improved bus service to bring people from Sherwood to that station.
That is one of our major goals, because we're looking at a lot of industrial out, and we're working with Tualatin and with Tigard, since we all kind of intermingle. That's what we want, is better bus service. I think we're looking at now.
I think what we've heard from both Sherwood and Tualatin is if we didn't get anything else out of this but improve to get transit service between Sherwood and Tualatin, particularly on Tualatin-Sherwood Highway, the whole program would be seen as a success if that was all we got.
And are you looking at both, because you talked about the high capacity transit on the Tiger Triangle. Are you looking at a connection from a bus connection to the high capacity to Tigard and Tualatin, or have you shifted to Tualatin to Sherwood?
I think what we've identified is whether it's light rail, and particularly if it's bus rapid transit, that the line would go all the way to Tualatin. And then there would be linkages to like Cruiseway and Washington Square using bus service or bus rapid transit.
Well, don't we have rapid transit to Tualatin now?
West.
There's express bus
from-
service, but
There's a train.
West.
Sure, this west. That goes north south into Beaverton. Yes, but this is a line that would run more southwest to northeast into downtown Portland.
So it'd be separate.
It would cross it. They would cross at the Tiger Transit Center.
But it would give our citizens the opportunity to go from here to Tualatin to catch that, the MAX or the direct bus to Portland. So that's what we're looking at right now.
And give them a more direct link even to the west service, so then would take them up into the Beaverton area and out into Hillsborough. Yeah.
Because you don't have a map, would that include going down to Wilsonville, or is that not part of?
No, Wilsonville was not part of the corridor study.
They have their own transportation
However,
system plan.
just to add to that, the Southwest Service Enhancement Plan that TriMet will undertake, they actually are looking at a broader area than our corridor study, and so they include Wilsonville and parts of West Lynn in the geography that they're looking at when they undertake that work. So
And also linkages into western Beaverton and Aloha. Yeah.
So I have a question. If you repeatedly use the term better local service. Is that a general term, or is that a targeted term under your guidelines as you move from, you said you're moving from phase 1 to refinement? And as Mr. Dirksen commented, we have no east-west transit system right now. I have a relative who used to work in Wilsonville who rode from here to Tigard and then Tigard to Wilsonville to go to his job. And that's not necessarily the sign of a healthy transit system.
No.
So any improvement, and I think the feedback we gave about a year ago was not only do we want local service, but we want pedestrian as well as commerce service was really important to us, because for us, the real bottleneck in our community is not just getting in and out of to your job outside of Sherwood, but getting goods and services in and out of Sherwood as well. And so I think that's why light rail, as you said, wasn't necessarily high on our list, and ridership probably didn't support it. But if out of this study and all this work and all the meetings the mayor has been to, we actually got transit service to Tualatin, that would be a huge win for Sherwood.
The local enhanced service would include more than that. If you go to the website, because we can't show you. There's a good map that shows the existing bus service and then what TriMet is considering for enhancements and looking at different destinations that need to be connected as part of this process.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have a link on our website that we could go to that, so that they can go to the city of Sherwood and link in with the metro for the maps?
I'm not positive if we have that now. I think we do, but
Michelle
yes,
said
we
yes.
do. And then certainly we'll get the copy of the PowerPoint presentation and put that on our website.
We'll put it on the
and also
website.
Send it to the council. The projector apparently died. The URA meeting must have just killed the projector. I don't know.
Well, I know we've given you quite an information dump, and I want to be mindful of your time as well. But any other questions we can answer for you before we're done?
I just want to thank you how easy you've been to work with. It's working out real well. Having a mayor on Metro is really helpful. Former mayor, yes.
Now our representative.
Sometimes people refer to me as the ex-mayor, and I go, no, former mayor.
And I forgive you for riding a Honda.
At least it has two wheels.
That's true.
Sorry for our AV problems.
No, that's okay. That's all right. Made us be creative.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to head into new business. Resolution 2013-025, adopting the capital improvement project plan for fiscal year 2014. Julie Blum.
Good evening, Councilor, Councilors and Mayor. Is it on? Okay. So before you tonight, you have our resolution to adopt our 5-year capital project plan. We went through the plan during the budget committee, but I'll go through and just do highlights again. So for the water fund, we have 2 projects slated for next year. We have the final construction of segment 3 of our pipeline, and we have the water master plan update. For sanitary, we have capacity upgrades to the Tonquin employment area. For stormwater, this is to work on the water quality facility on Columbia Street. And for streets, I believe we're going to pull this project off the list. So that will be removed, the Cedar Brook Way alignment analysis. And then under general construction, we're going to work on the Cedar Creek Trail. Funding available, we'll do the lights at Edie Ridge and Sherwood Middle School. We're going to work on the turf replacement at Snyder Park. and do the design of the Woodhaven Park improvements for the Phase 2.
Can you please speak closer to the microphone? We can't hear in the back.
So, is that better? Okay. Okay. Perfect. So, do you have any questions?
Why are we pulling that street project? Bob?
The Cedarbrook Way project was basically supposed to be just a real high-level analysis of what issues might be associated with a project, and really we don't have the time to do it. And when development comes through, they can do it, and they'll do it with more intent to actually get it done versus what we would be doing at this point in time. So it's not really relevant to anything we're doing.
So this is phase 2 on the Woodhaven study?
Yes, this is for design of the Phase 2 portion that the Parks Board has requested.
We have a study already on it?
No, this is on the
Phase
the
1.
final completion of the park.
And that was 100 and how much?
127.
127. It's for the design,
Okay, we don't have any money to develop it though, correct?
not at this point.
Then why don't we put, I can't get into that. Go ahead. Any council questions? From my point of view, I'd like to see less studies and more action, but that's just me. I'd like to see parks and everything built.
Well, on what Mayor Middleton said, is there some requirement that we have these studies in order to build the projects that we want to build? Is that why? Maybe you can give a little bit of background as to what the necessity is.
If we can find Kristen.
So
This is to design what we're going to build. It's not a study. It's to put the design together to build the second phase of the park.
Mayor,
Yes.
if I may.
Go ahead.
She's right. This funding is for the actual engineering and design of the park. As you know, Parks and Rec has been working on a small cash flow for years now, and there's a potential for some SDCs to come in, and that was one of their number one goals, is to get this park finished. So that is, and I'm sure Kristen can confirm, but that is for engineering and design of the park.
Yes, that's true. It's not for a study, it's for the design and engineering of it, what we have to do before we can build it and go out to bid.
But we have no intentions of building it in the next few years, correct?
Well, if we have enough money, we sure hope to.
yeah, with the system development charges coming in, I would guess that it would be at the top of the list because it'll essentially be shovel ready. The experience I had when I served as liaison to the Parks Board was that we did the design of the Cedar Creek trail system, and we didn't have $5 million, but because we were ready and prepared, when Metro said, we have this money, we raised our hand. So it's not the same situation, but being ready to go allows us to act when those monies do come into the coffers.
Absolutely.
Do we have any anticipated cost on the project or nothing yet?
Well, originally, when they had looked at finishing the project, the parks master plan had estimated 1.5 million. But when we talked at the Parks Board last night, I believe that's high. That had included a water feature and some other fairly expensive options. And they've been talking about what they would like to do, and they've really scaled back. So that's another reason to enter into this process to get a better idea as to what it's going to cost. And I think we're going to be able to afford it sooner than later.
Any more council?
Those are budgeted numbers, so keep that in mind.
Oh, I know they're budgeted, but we're also losing out on other things when we budget that, where we could do
I
other
guess what I'm
things.
trying to say is it could be less.
Right. It's
And I'll
an
take
estimate.
he is our parks person, so he knows a lot more about it than I do.
So since we removed an item from your list, we need to amend? Yes?
It is an option. My recommendation is that we leave the $40,000 in the street capital budget. If we remove the full $40,000 and an issue comes up that we need to do a street project or something happens throughout the year, we will have to come back and do a supplemental. If we leave it, we don't have to spend it, and we won't without coming to council first. But it just makes future process easier. But it's up to council whether you want to remove it or not.
So if, as Bob stated, we don't take the time to do it in 13-14, would it roll over to 14-15, or you're going to reallocate that in a future budget year and let development drive the analysis?
Correct. We would let it roll over and move on to future years.
Okay.
So just to be clear, if that $40,000 was needed on another project, you would come back to council and say, we are reallocating this to this, but we do not require a supplemental budget because it's already in the right pot of money.
Correct.
As Craig would tell me.
Yes.
Any further discussion? Do I have a motion?
I'll move we adopt resolution 2013-025.
I'll second. Sorry.
Okay. Adopting the
Go
capital.
for it.
Adopting the capital improvement plan for fiscal year 2014.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, staff.
Resolution 2013-26. Budget expenditure appropriations between categories for fiscal year 2012-2013. Julie.
Okay, so this is an appropriation transfer request to move money from one appropriated bucket in a fund to another to cover costs for different projects. So the first project that we have on here is our general construction fund. We're requesting to move $66,000 out of capital outlay and move it up to personal services and materials and services. This is simply to just allocate money where the charges are actually happening. In construction funds, we typically budget in infrastructure and capital outlay, but a lot of times the money gets spent in the personal services bucket or out of materials and services. So it's just to reallocate funds that are already budgeted for this project. For street operations, same issue. This is to move $140,000 out of capital outlay up to personal services and materials and services. This is for the sidewalk program mainly that we entered into this last year to repair sidewalks. And then in the storm fund, this is just additional work that we did on the Columbia Street water quality facility that we hadn't anticipated that we would need to do this year.
Any council questions on this?
So just to be clear on the general construction fund, that's the senior center for the construction that will begin shortly on the renovation of the lobby and the restrooms?
Yes, it is.
Any other council? Do I have a motion?
Don't see the thing.
I move that we adopt resolution 2013-026.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next, we're going into public hearings. The first public hearing will be on Resolution 2013-027, declaring the city's election to receive state revenues. And this is a public hearing, so we will open it up. to comment.
Mayor Middleton, I need to read a statement.
Oh, never mind. Sorry. Read the statement.
The Sherwood City Council will hold a public hearing this evening to hear testimony on 3 items on the agenda. Item A, Resolution 2013-027, declaring the city's election to receive state revenues. Resolution 2013-028, adopting a schedule of fees as authorized by the city's zoning and community development code, establishing fees for miscellaneous city services and establishing an effective date. And Resolution 2013-029, adopting the fiscal year 2013-14 budget of the City of Sherwood, making appropriations, imposing and categorizing taxes, and authorizing the city manager to take such action necessary to carry out the adopted budget. The purpose of the hearing is to provide the public with an opportunity to submit testimony on the above said items. The order of business the council will follow is to hear a staff report, receive public testimony, receive additional staff comments, and questions from the council will follow. The hearing will then be closed and no further testimony will be received. Discussion by the council will follow. Any interested person may present testimony. If you wish to speak, please fill out the testimony form and submit it to the city recorder. The mayor will recognize those persons wishing to speak, and any questions should be addressed through the mayor. When you come to the microphone, please state your name and address for the record, as this hearing will be recorded. Please speak clearly and limit your testimony to 4 minutes.
Sylvia. This first one is the city's election to receive state revenues. Did you have that on the list?
Yes.
Okay.
And I would like to table Resolution 2013-29, adopting the fiscal year budget of the City of Sherwood, making appropriation, imposing categories, or categorizing taxes, and authorizing the city manager to take such action necessary to carry out the adopted budget. We're open for public comment right now. The first one would be Resolution 2013-27, declaring the city's election to receive state revenues. Do I have any public comment?
Excuse me, Mayor. In order to table, you can table the presiding officer of a body under the Sherwood Charter and your council rules. You can table an agenda item without objection, or if there are objections, it would require a motion either to table, which would table it indefinitely, or a motion postponed to a date certain. So I'm not clear what was intended, or if there are any objections from the rest of the council.
I'll move it to the next. I'd move it to next council.
But, okay.
So, Mayor,
So-
you want to postpone a resolution this evening to a future date?
Yes.
Okay, have we addressed that resolution item yet?
No.
Okay, when we get to that resolution item, prior to you addressing the staff comment, the staff report, you need to ask council, make your motion to postpone to a date certain, indicate that date certain. The council must second that motion, and there must be a vote. If there's a majority of the vote, that motion passes. If there's not, then the council can have discussion. But don't make your motion until you get to that item on the agenda.
Correct.
Okay.
Did I have any public comment on the first resolution?
I'm sorry.
Can I
staff
give you
report?
my staff report?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
The first one, I thought he was...
Okay, so the first public hearing is on our election to receive state shared revenue. Oregon state revised statutes require us to make an election to actually receive state shared revenue. And that's what this resolution does, is confirm to the state that we do want to receive that revenue. Questions for me?
Now we're open to public comment.
It's 172,000.
Mayor, because this is a public hearing, and I do need to make sure the record is accurate, we need to have people come forward.
Correct. You have to sign one of the forms, and yeah.
Want another one?
If you're going to speak on this one, yes. They're all one word, pretty much.
Mayor?
You need your name and address for the record.
Nancy Taylor, 17036 Southwest Lindley Way, that's Sherwood, Oregon, 97140. Mr. Mayor, could I know how much money that is that we're talking about, that we will share with, or will be shared with us?
Staff? 172,000.
Not point blah, 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 point blah, blah, blah.
It's an estimate. We don't
Yeah.
It is a mistake.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? I need a form. Oh, okay. Come on up. I'm going through the forms now to see which ones. There you
Mayor,
go. Okay.
If you'd like me to manage those forms, I'd be happy to do that
Yeah.
for you.
Got too many of them.
Well, literacy's never been a requirement of our staff. Robert James Claus, 22211 Southwest Pacific Highway. I have a very real problem with accepting money from anyone under the form of government we've evolved to. We have an extremely strong city manager form of government. It is the strongest by charter you can have. In fact, if you address one of Mr. Gall's employees, and I'm going to get to what I'm concerned with in just a minute, you have to resign if they feel threatened. Now, that brings us up a question. We had an election on a water line from Wilsonville. 49% of the people voted for it, therefore it could not be put in. It was put in. Now, wouldn't we ought to put this off until we really have a city attorney that works for us? Because in our research, the only contract we've been able to find is one that Schultz, who left here with $600,000 of our money to build the perfect accounting system, which Gall now said doesn't work. Big surprise. He's $600,000 richer. We're $600,000 poorer, but we still got the attorneys. That tells you something. Can't get rid of them. That's what I tell my sons. They're always back for Thanksgiving. What are we doing pursuing an issue when these people work for the city manager, you, and the mayor? Now, of course, they don't work for this mayor because they're on the other side of another issue. They would probably have to go out. What are we doing receiving anything until we get a real city attorney? Now, think about what I'm asking, because it's a very simple question. Procedurally, the citizen should be protected from your great wisdom. Now, I know we got a couple of tin men on the council. I know we've got an MBA on the council and an accountant. What I don't know is we have anyone checking the hen house from the fox. Now, what happens if Gall says, I want this issue to pass, or something happens with the money and it's misused? You don't pay for it, we do. The beauty to everything you've done with our $30 million is we're stuck with your mistakes and you have sovereign immunity. Now, this probably comes on you as a great revelation, because you've probably never been told that by your city attorney, but you can screw up all day, you can misrepresent to us, you can have an armed police officer in the room to enforce your 4 minutes, and when you leave here, you leave scot-free, and our lifestyle and our city gets screwed. So for once, why don't we not pass something to take money from anybody that we could be stuck with the responsibility for, namely the $42 million for a water line? It's like somebody went out and bought a gravel truck and said, honey, I'm really going to make a lot of money with this gravel truck. And 2 years later, nothing happened. Well, I can't help it if nobody orders gravel. Our 4 wells were big enough. But we're still paying $1,000 an acre foot because these guys couldn't check an election. Now, they didn't have to check an election. That's what Sylvia Stevens tells me, right? Because you can jump in here any place. What's so funny about this is you won't give us any of the elementary protections we need that you could ask a city attorney. Let's suppose we were talking about Walmart and ours, and somebody was sitting up there that owned the land they were going on. They might have a potential or an actual conflict of interest. We don't even... But we don't have an attorney to ask that question because he works for Gall, he works for you, and he works for the mayor occasionally. It's nonsense. Stop taking money until you can live by the charter. If you'd lived by the charter, half of what's going on in this town wouldn't have gone on. We wouldn't have Home Depot, probably.
Thank you,
not-
Jim. You can come back in your other 4 minutes. Any more public comment on this?
Mayor, I do not have any other sheets on this item.
Okay. Do we have any council comments on this?
I have a question. So this estimate. Go ahead, Julie. This is money that goes into the general fund, correct?
Yes.
And this is an estimate that we've received from the League of Oregon Cities, right?
Correct.
And where does this money come from?
Craig, will you?
Chris, do you know where the money comes from?
It's cigarette tax and
No.
no.
No. This is state shared revenue
Right.
and not shared state revenue.
I stand corrected.
It's always confusing. I do not know the source of this income. I do not know that it is tied to any specific state stream of revenue. It's not cigarette tax, it's not liquor tax.
And we qualify just because we're a municipality in the state of Oregon?
Yes.
Just like Tigard or Tualatin or Wilsonville
Right.
or
It's state
any.
shared revenue, yes.
Okay.
Nope.
Oh,
And,
I'm closing the public.
oh, sorry.
Sorry. No. Yeah, go ahead. Fill out a form. Do you have one up here, Susan?
No, I'll write
Okay,
it out.
fill it out for me. Thank you.
Susan Claus, 22211 Southwest Pacific Highway. This is exactly what the citizens are talking about. And I am not trying to denegate either one of our illustrious accountant people that are in our accounting office. But we have Craig, who's leaving, who has a history major. He's not a CPA, doesn't have an accounting degree. Julie, when she started working here, had a high school degree. Now, since then, I think she's got an accounting degree.
Okay,
I'm just.
I know, but Susan, we are getting
it goes
into.
to competency and the fact that our staff can't even answer a question.
But that's
where
not.
we're getting
I understand you on
income.
that, and that's something we have to judge when we bring employees on, and that's why we're going to be very concerned about who we bring on for finance director. Okay, thank you.
So along that line, then the staff has initiated a job description for our financial officer. That's our chief financial officer. That does not require a CPA. I don't think that's right. I don't think most of the people in this audience think that's right. Thank you.
Go ahead. Closing public hearing. That's it, because we got a lot more to go through tonight. Any more council comments on this?
I have one more. So if we don't accept this shared revenue that's available to all other cities in the state of Oregon, they redistribute it to other cities within the state?
Goes back into the state's coffer.
Oh, okay. And do we have to do it within a certain period of time?
We have to pass this resolution by July 1st to receive the money for fiscal year 14.
Okay.
Then we can bring it back at the next council and we'll know where the money comes from.
You bet.
Thank you.
That's my suggestion.
Mayor and council, if the item's going to move forward, again, you need to postpone the item to a date certain.
We'll postpone it if we can to the next council meeting so we're eligible for the funds, but we would just know where they're coming from.
Is that your motion to delay the resolution and postpone the resolution to a future date?
Yes, till the next council meeting so we meet
So
the
that's the
deadline.
motion?
Yes.
To
We would
postpone?
not have to have a public hearing again, would we?
I don't believe so.
No, I'm just asking that so we can make it a streamlined issue that people can look and see where it comes from because
Okay.
we've already been able to comment on it.
So at this point, you're going to postpone to the June 18th meeting?
Correct.
And you're going to ask the staff bring it back with additional information?
Correct, where we get the money from.
So are you motioning?
That's a motion.
Is there a second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The next public hearing, you don't have to go very far, Julie.
Nope.
Resolution 2013-028, adopting a schedule of fees as authorized by the City Zoning and Community Development Code, establishing fees for miscellaneous city services and establishing an effective date.
Okay, so before you this packet's kind of large. The staff report has a summary of the changes and a more detailed description of the changes, as well as a marked up draft of change of the fee schedule. But I'm going to go through the staff report and just highlight the changes that are in here. The first one is for temporary business licenses. Currently, the fee is almost twice what it costs for a regular business license, and after evaluating what it takes to do a temporary business license, it's the same process as a regular license, so staff is proposing that we reduce the fee to match what a regular license would cost. Under the Parks and Rec and Field House section, we have light fees. A lot of this section is cleanup to the document itself. Things were kind of spread out all over the place, so we were trying to standardize it and make it consistent. So we have light fees under artificial turf, high school turf, and tournaments. Under the artificial turf, we have a small rate increase for commercial and private reservations, and we cleaned up the language for peak and non-peak hours to make them all consistent with each other. For the high school stadium and turf, we added a non-resident fee. We didn't have one before. And a new fee to open and close the facility. We currently have a gym open and close fee, so we're trying to be consistent with this one. A minimal increase to drop-in fees for gym fees. And then there's a new section for use of the Cannery Square Plaza for special events. And then for Fieldhouse team fees, we're proposing an increase. We have not done an increase to this fee since we took over operations of the Fieldhouse in 2005, so this is the first increase we're proposing. For utilities, the only increase is the increases that Clean Water Services puts forward. Staff's not proposing to increase any of our surcharges. SDCs, 4% increase based on the engineering news record. This is kind of like to adjust for our construction cost index. This is an annual increase we do. Under engineering fees, currently we don't have a fee for pre-submittal consultations. So staff's proposing a new fee for pre-submittal consultations that if the customer puts in for a plan review, the fee they paid for the pre-submittal will be credited towards their plan review fee. Under planning, the noticing and distribution fees, we're proposing an increase. Now that we have to notice up to 1,000-foot radius instead of 500 feet, the costs are higher to do that. Temporary sign permits, that language was eliminated in the code cleanup, so we're trying to get the fee schedule in line with that. Home occupation renewals. So for Class A home occupation renewals, staff's proposing to reduce the fee. The re-review of a renewal takes less time than the initial review, so they're putting forward a request to reduce that fee. And then temporary sign violations, again, this was another code cleanup issue. And so we're trying to get the fee schedule in line with the code. And under building, Senate Bill 915 was amended. Local jurisdictions are no longer handling the appeal process for building permits. It's going to be handled by the state, so we're eliminating the fee that we were charging for that. Questions?
Go ahead, Mayor.
I was going to look for public hearing, but if you want.
Oh, go ahead.
I'd like to open this for public comment. Susan? And this is really important to me. Don't pick on the staff now. Let's just stick to the facts. We really got to stick to the facts. Everybody
Amen.
knows our feelings about staff. So let's just stick to the issues. Thank you.
Great. Those were facts I gave on both those people. Susan Claus, 22211 Southwest Pacific Highway. One of the things that I want to know is I'm hoping that each of the city council people have intimately looked over that fee schedule. Part of the problem with that fee schedule, and every time that they pass it as a structure, and you pass it as 40 pages or whatever the number of pages are, when you go and you have a problem, like what happened with our generic mystery big box, the appeal fee was half of the site plan fee. And that's for any, that's what the staff went to, looked at it and said, anybody that wants to appeal to city council from the planning commission had to pay almost $6,500. That doesn't make any sense because we're still at the local level. Nobody that I know can give me a reason why that is one half of the site plan fee. I think that needs to be looked at. I think it needs to be changed. One of the problems is that I came before the city council in a timely fashion when that was still down at the planning commission level, and I said, listen, this is such an important issue, what they're trying to do down at the planning commission level. Please, city council, you guys bring this up to yourself, waive the fee so you don't put that burden on the citizens. And so we have decision makers who are elected leaders put either yay or nay on that and have it. So we are looking to our elected officials and not some appointed officials to make that kind of a determination where we get a generic big box that turns out to be Walmart after everything is supposedly signed. So I have a problem with that. The temporary sign code violation, whatever that fee is, whatever that charge is that they're going to try to do on that, our sign code is unconstitutional. We have arbitrary sizes, we have arbitrary dates that people can put signage up, and we have an incredible lack of recognition for political signs that are free speech, that are different than commercial signs. And so I don't know what fee schedule they're trying to put on there for violations, but I do know that on Election Day morning, 50 signs for Mayor Middleton and one of the measures got put in the dumpster specifically instead of being put right in the sign yard for people to pick up, got put into the dumpster behind a closed fence because the city manager made a determination that that was a problem, and he unilaterally was able to dump those signs. And his staff said that it was his decision, and where do you go from there? It wasn't his property. There's a lot of discrepancy in the code, and now we're going to add a violation on there, whatever the violation is, and where do we go to appeal the violation? So please look at that. And then the construction cost, the 4% increase, you know, I have a problem with that just in, I mean, if we're talking about the problems that we're having as a city trying to get economic generating going, if that's the true cost, there's already a 4% plan check fee and a 4% fee on the backside of it. So they already get 8%. This is an addition that goes up into the SDCs, I think. I'm not quite sure. But I'm just saying as a council, please look at it. Please review all of those fees and all of those costs in the real life situation that we have to deal with when we deal at the staff level and they open their book and say, you know what, you're going to owe this. Here's what we're going to fine you for this. I can't do anything about it because the council passed the fee schedule. Thank you.
Any more public comment on this?
Mayor, I can call them forward if you like.
Oh, please, yeah.
Jim Claus.
Oh, that's good, yeah.
Robert James Claus, 22211 Southwest Pacific Highway. Let's face it, a fee you get something for, a tax is different. Now, even Councilman Langer would understand that.
Jim,
You have a fee.
leave
Now,
names
hold
out.
on, Bill, because this gets right to the nature where we're going with this.
Okay, as
And
long as
you may
it
not like
just-
the content, but I'd hear what's going before I corrected it.
Oh, okay.
You object? I'd like to get my content
Go
out.
ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Right. Now, when you have a tax, you don't get something for it. Right now in this city, we are staff-driven. That's why we are after SDCs and TIFs and pushing building, even though it threatens existing businesses because there's not the demand for it. And even Cass Sunstein, and anybody who knows the Obama administration knows him, said you do a benefit cost analysis first. We don't do that. Why do we not do that? Because we are staff-driven. Now, let me give you one example, Bill. I called and said, wait a minute. We held the riparian corridors in this town. We wouldn't let anybody build on them. And before Maid came along with Patterson, we paid for them. 40% of the value of the uplands. That way we could dump our stormwater and it's self-cleaned. You explained to me how we now have the highest stormwater fees I know of. 75% of the first $7 comes to us, and then we jacked up the others. Now, I called and said, wait a minute. I know we don't have a city attorney that protects the citizens, but that doesn't matter. We had a mayor that didn't. What in heaven's name are you telling me you are spending? And you know, Craig couldn't tell me. He said, I don't know how much we collect. I don't know how much is tax and how much is fee. Your business tax license is exactly the same way. It's a straight violation of state law. And that's because you're taxing us and giving nothing back unless you consider contributing to the PERS of the employees. And maybe that is a capital investment, but Jesse James would like that. The point is, in all of this, you won't follow the rules. This council never follows. We don't have a city attorney. We don't cost a fee. We pump 4% when building's gone through the floor. When we've cut the cost of building about half, you double your fee. That wouldn't have happened if Gall hadn't given a bunch of raises to people he could have hired for half of what this cloud's earning. The point, Bill, at some point, you've got to start looking at this and go back and do a study and pay fees. Give us something for what we're being billed and threatened with foreclosure on the house, so we don't have the staff saying, we've got to build another building even if it closes other buildings because we need the SDCs and we need to double dip on the urban renewal. And you know that's exactly what's going on as well as everybody else. Every single time this staff needs more money with getting $4.5 million in property taxes, paying 10 in wages and benefits, they find some way to drive. Now, what's the problem with all of that? The problem is it drives your tax base down. It's just like you increase the payment on a house. So we're paying two ways. We're paying money, we're losing value in the house. Our tax base is going down. When's it going to end? When can we ask you to get a committee to do a study that the lawyers don't say, oh, it's a good idea. I worked with Gall in Fairview, and it's a good idea. It's not a good idea. It's time we do some honest accounting. Let's start with the CPA and drop these increased fees until we have some way to know it's a legitimate expense.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this issue, the fees?
I do not have any other forms.
Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to council.
I guess I'll go first. So on your summary, under, so I have some questions.
Okay.
Under artificial turf, you have two items, commercial for-profit resident, commercial for-profit resident. You have 50 hours non-peak, 65 hours peak. You have 89 hours peak and then 85-hour peak. So you're lowering a fee?
Yes.
Okay. but raising the non-peak fee.
What we believe is that this was possibly an error in a prior year to be 89.
That's what I thought.
So
Okay.
we're making it consistent with what it should be.
Okay. And then my second question is the Snyder Park tennis courts. So if somebody comes into town and wants to rent the tennis courts who does not live here, i.e. like a outside tennis club or an outside school, we would charge them $25 per hour, right?
Yes.
But our own high school team, we're not charging them to hold a tournament there. Are we?
That's correct. They've already paid it in the player fee.
Okay, thank you. Down under Cannery Square Plaza special events. Did we consider, or did we do any comparison with profit versus nonprofit, resident versus non-resident? Here you have a differentiation of, oh sorry, there's a non-resident there. You have a differentiation between for-profit or public sales versus no sales. So I'm kind of wondering how, if you can just kindly explain how you came to those rates.
It was just all based on events. The majority of the events are nonprofit. Typically, a commercial outfit doesn't come and put on a special event such as that. So we took a look at some of the other examples around the area and how they charge and tried to be consistent with that and focus more on who can be into the area and do you have exclusive use? Are you blocking it off?
Right.
Is it still open to the public?
So I just have a quick question about that. So for the Sherwood Main Street Cultural Arts Commission movies or Picks on the Plaza, this fee would not apply because it's basically open to the public the whole time and
Correct. Yeah, it's not closed off to the public. We're not charging an admittance fee, and we're not selling goods except for concessions.
Okay.
But doesn't your fee say open to the public, no sales, no entry fee is $150 a day?
Yes. Now, it would depend on, again, who's organizing the event. I mean, the Cultural Arts Commission could pay for it, but it's the city paying the city.
Right.
So it'd be going from one account to the other account if a different group was going to come in and do it. Typically in the past for the community events, the fees are waived. We don't charge ourselves to have music on the green or to reserve any of the parks for our events.
Right. And then you had a fee for the sound system. Is that just to bring somebody in to set that up?
Yeah, that's mainly just because there would need to be a staff person there who has a key who can unlock the system, make sure that things are going correctly, and that you don't have any issues.
Okay. And then, the other thing that I'm concerned about is obviously we can't control. We do not control our sanitary and storm rates. Those are set by Clean Water Services, and they pass those fees along to us, and we collect them. Correct? And we don't have control over them.
This portion,
right?
That
This
is
portion,
correct.
right? My next question, I think, is for council in general. Is they're proposing a 4% STC system development charge fee based on an engineering news record report, which is probably similar to a cost of living index for STCs. We have been talking about STCs in individual meetings as well as in work sessions, and so I'd like to know whether or not we want to postpone that increase until we decide the future of STCs in our community, and would just like to hear from the other members of the council about that certain fee. And then the last issue I have, is the noticing and distribution. In the past, if we had a land use decision, you noticed everybody within 500 feet, and currently we're noticing within 1,000 feet.
Actually, it used to be, excuse me, it used to be 100 feet.
Oh, that's
now
right.
It's 1,000 feet.
Okay. So.
I concur with you on that. I don't see the SDCs going up right now, especially you look at like hotel motel from $5,846 and some change per room to $6,080 per room, and we don't have a hotel anyway. And so this is another way to kill it. Just keep raising the fees. I am not for raising SDCs. We already are one of the highest. I think we're second or third in the state. So I agree with Council President Henderson that these really need to be looked at, and I can't see raising these now. I don't think it just isn't working.
I agree. I also am concerned that it would be that impediment to development that we've been talking about. The mayor and I sat in a great discussion about how SDCs are arrived at, and I just think that if we could take that piece out of the fee schedule for now and do the study that would align more with our council goal at the beginning of the year, I would feel more comfortable with that as well.
No, I'm sorry, we're still talking.
No, I agree with you, Mayor. I'd certainly like to take an in-depth look at these fees as well. So I share the sentiment.
I agree with taking the SDC, taking a better look at that. I had a question on we've talked a lot as a council on the artificial turf fields with our surprise of Snyder Park. I see that you have an increase, well, in our need to plan for that in the future, that there be a stream of income that can replace that when it comes due. Is there any kind of projection that this increase in fees will have any kind of an impact on that, being that we're adding to turf fields at Edie and Laurel?
This increase is not going to cover it. When we take a look at the number of users, those users would have to pay a huge fee in order to cover the cost of replacement. And then the other issue that you get into is the user fees for those who are outdoors and indoors. So someone who's playing basketball would pay just as much as someone who's using the turf. So we really need to look at a new way of trying to fund it, and whether it's the replacement or fly.
Chrisanna, we only have 2 turf fields in town, Snyder Park and the high school. There's no turf at Edie.
No, didn't we project that we're...
It's
lights. Sorry.
Lights.
My mistake, lights. I had artificial turf on the brain. Sorry, there we go. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that.
But maybe someday.
Yeah.
Right. For clarification to the audience members, we just are having to replace the turf, and we frankly should have probably done it a year or 2 ago.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, there was never a great plan for collection of monies that would do that.
Right.
So staff, I'm asking that we address this before the end of the summer, because I don't want it to get away from us for another 10 years. So Are we working on that, Joe? Are we working on that plan to try to figure something out? We know it can't be an individual user-based fee system that's going to be the entire bulk.
Are you talking maintenance of the fields and replacement?
Right, maintenance and
Upkeep.
replacement.
Yep, and that's in Craig Sheldon's mix of work that he's doing on replacing a lot of the park structures that he's planning on going to Park and Rec Advisory in August.
Yeah.
And then after they go to Park and Rec, come back to council. So
Can-
late summer is probably a good time frame.
Can you remind us of exactly how much it is going to cost to replace this turf field for
At Snyder?
Yes, for individuals who weren't in part of that discussion.
I think the budget we have is $500,000 set aside to replace that field. We're going to be going out to bid soon. We're hoping that we can do that less than $500,000. So that's a pretty conservative figure.
Okay.
But as you said, and we found out during the budget committee process, the city had not planned to replace that. And in the proposed budget, we're starting to put money away, even though we're replacing that field now. We're starting to put money away, or we're proposed to put money away to replace that field 10 years from now. So we need to do a better job with that. And I think council realizes that as well.
Yeah, it's a great community asset. Kristen, do you have any, just off the top of your head, numbers about how many people use that field? I mean, it's just thousands. It's
3,200 local kids use it. That's not counting
the
out
outside
of
tournaments
towners.
that come in. So
Yeah,
it's been a
and
great
even if
asset.
you took a look at per sport, not everybody plays on that field. So some people may pay on grass and some people may pay on turf. So I think there'd be a lot of pushback from people feeling like they're paying for something that they don't get to use.
Right.
So that's why we've thought that it's going to be more fair to come up with a different approach.
A different model that we can do. I think that that's really an important thing is these fees are based on covering the cost of the service provided. I noticed something that most people may not have noticed as I took an in-depth look at the fee schedule, but the reader board sign will now have a fee associated with it. It's reasonable because it's actually very time consuming to organize, to send a truck out to change the sign. It's a pretty minimal fee, but I appreciate that we are trying to have a sustainable community, one that's based on being able to make sure we don't kick the can down 10 years and let somebody else try to figure out a way to cover it.
I have just a few questions. One of them, and when I ran for mayor, I said that I do not believe in fee increases because we already have a staff. People pay taxes. I know that some fees have to be in there, but live within your budget. That's my feeling on this, and I do not support any of these fee increases. Everybody has different opinions on it, but every year, everything goes up here except the service. It stays about the same, which is good. We have good service. But I have to agree with some people when they say we tend to be staff-driven. We do. And if we could look at that and save thousands and thousands of dollars, we need to start looking at it. This year, our budget's the same, going in the hole. And so it's balanced, but every year there's a little less coming in. And I just think that we have to start living within our means. I can't go and raise everything I want to raise. I just say, well, I only have this in my budget, and I'll live within it. And that's a philosophy that I am different than a lot of the other people on. So I just wanted to let that be heard. That's about the only one. And I did want to thank 3 departments that didn't increase their fees: police, library, and there was one other, court. So they are, even though I don't give a lot of kudos to departments, I am giving it to them on that. So, yeah. Any more comments from council? And I believe you were going to make an amended motion.
Here, do you want my page? Okay. I'll get Chrisanna back too. She's not here.
Oh, she couldn't wait. Yeah. Before we vote, I'll let her come back. Take the SDCs and restudy. Okay, that'd be probably good. Yeah. Okay. Right, but he's going to recuse himself on the SDCs. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to recuse on the vote for this entire measure.
Thank you. We're waiting 1 minute to amend the motion to pull the SDCs out, but here she comes now, so we can start. Go ahead. I was supposed to call a break. My mistake. She was on the phone, right?
Okay, so I'm going to move that we amend Resolution 2013-028, adopting a schedule of fees as authorized by the City Zoning and Community Development Code, establishing fees for miscellaneous city services and establishing an effective date. And my amendment has to do with Section 7, System Development Charges. Staff had recommended a proposed increase of 4%. I'd like to propose an increase of 0%. So either strike that. So my motion to amend is to strike Section 7 where it is listed that STCs will be increased by 4% and leave that as no change.
Second.
All in favor of amending the motion, please say aye.
Amending the ordinance.
Or amending the ordinance. Don't say aye. You vote your way you want.
Aye.
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 Okay, now we're bringing the resolution back as amended. So resolution 2013-028, adopting a fee schedule, a schedule of fees as authorized by the City Zoning and Community Development Code, establishing the fees of miscellaneous city services and establishing an effective date as amended.
Second.
Oh, we already seconded, so, okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. We've got to take a 5-minute break and we'll be back. Sorry it was late for her.
Sure, now he'll do.
So we'll be back at 5 minutes to 9, and we should be getting real quick on getting on to the comments, and I will bring that one person first. Okay, they'll be first. She's got all the forms in the. It says number 1 is the. But so we're going to do real quick council comments so that you can get back on us on issues. And then number 1 is the person. Okay. She's got them. However they come in is the way they
I know. I don't know why you're here.
Yeah, it's on the format.
In the way that
We're not going to.
All right.
I'm good with it.
Being the nights are going the way it is, let's pull my topic.
Oh, okay, because it's. Can we put it
We
on?
can do it again.
But you're not going to be here next meeting.
Well, I really don't have to be, because, I mean, it's for the public.
Of course.
Okay.
That's the only reason why I even brought it up. I know what it is, you know what it is, but I just.
I think yeah. Okay, if we want to wait, because it's going to take forever. I don't know if they're going to be listening tonight.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
But it's coming back. It will come back. Yeah. Can we read it next meeting when you're not here?
Yeah.
Sure. That'll work great. Hi.
It's hard. I'm sure everybody is.
I know you.
Yeah, you do.
You're going to be the first one.
Okay, because he's presentation schedule, and I gotta make sure we're you know.
Okay, let me ask council if I can just pull it in real quick. Okay.
I didn't. Probably go nights.
Right after I back in session, I'm going to call them out of order. Correct. Not a problem. I'll take 2 minutes. I'm going to do it. Back in session. Comments out of order because it's an issue that they brought forward, and I'm only going to allow these two first. Drill. Do you have a okay. Please state your name and address. Thank you.
My name is Mikey Hendren Drill. I live at 16420 Southwest Glen Eagle Drive, Sherwood, Oregon, 97140. I'm here on behalf of myself, my fellow employees, my friends that have small businesses, and my handicapped son. I am totally against Walmart. I have taken my child to the Walmart in Woodburn and McMinnville on numerous occasions. They are terrible about customer service. They are terrible about being there to help you when you need help. They don't pay their employees well, they don't give them benefits, and they only allow them to work part-time. I'm afraid that if Walmart comes to Sherwood, that people like myself that work for minimum wage but have worked at a company long enough where I get benefits enough to help my son and myself, that we're going to lose our jobs. And the small businesses in town are going to end up closing because they are going to be run out by the 20 small mall stores that are on a busier street than Old Town Sherwood. Thank you.
I want to take the time to thank you and bring your son down here. That I appreciate that.
Did you get the name for the record?
Yeah, she.
Okay.
She gave her name.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
Do you need the son's name on there? No. Okay. And we have one more.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe it. 3 times a charm. Okay. I've been here 3 times and I've been trying to talk. Okay, wait a minute. You want my name and address? Is that what you...
Yes, please. We need that.
My name is Jeanette Hatcher, and I'm at 16780 Southwest 12th Street. I guess my thing is accessibility. It's not Walmart. I moved here the last week in February. I am visually impaired, as you can tell. I have a white cane. I have partial sight in one eye. When I moved into this duplex, which I absolutely love, I've had some issues, but I love where I'm at. I love Sherwood. People have been absolutely fabulous. They have treated me so wonderful since I've been here. I'm going to cry. But when I moved here, about the second day, I went, oh my God, what am I doing here? How am I going to get across the street? My mobility instructor, Dan Arnold, came all the way from Vancouver, and he said, Jan, how are you going to get across the street? There's cars coming off of 99. They're going 60 miles an hour and on a 25-mile-hour street and just going vroom. There's no sidewalks on my side of the street. There's nice, big, wide sidewalks once I get across the street. And I'm not one for sitting at home. I go. I'm gone all the time. I've traveled all over the United States by myself. You know, I'm not sitting in a rocking chair, you know, listening to a radio, okay? I'm extremely independent. I'm all for accessibility. Dan Arnold, my mobility instructor, he said, call the engineering department. So I spoke with Bob Galati, and he was fabulous. He used to have vision challenges before, so he gets it. And he was like, I'm going to talk slow, I'm going to talk slow, I'm going to talk slow. And it's like, okay, great. So we got together with Dan, and we have got a plan. And probably some of you have seen it. We met a couple weeks ago and have a plan for signage. And I'm also wanting to ask about tactile stripping along as they're coming off of 99 so that I can hear the cars. Because a lot of times I can't hear them. I can't tell you how many times I've almost gotten killed. And it's very scary when there's a car right at you, or you can feel it coming right up your back. I mean, come on, people. I am here to educate. I'll come to your business. I will speak to your business, whatever it takes. I'd be glad to educate you on disabilities, because visual disabilities are the most misunderstood ones of them all. Anyway, and I'm going to make everybody mad in this room, but I really don't care right now because I want to live. I have friends. I have a life that I've still got many years that I'd like to continue, but I think we need to make this town a little bit more accessible. We need to have either cameras, or we need photo radar, or we need something to get these people to stop. I'll stand on the street corner at 12th and Sherwood Boulevard, and I'm standing there, zoom, 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 school buses even. And one lady the other day, she came in, she stopped at the side of the road, and she says, ma'am, I stood there and watched, and nobody's stopping for you. It's like, hello, white cane, is that a clue? Anyway, so I'll shut up. But, I really want to see, if you're going to put this Walmart in here, I'm not going to talk about it, but I have my feelings, but you need to make it accessible for those of us with disabilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think we can, our engineer, Bob Glady, will be working with you on this. And I think that also the police chief would love to work with you. That's we can, just speaking out, but I think maybe we could even do a one of those stings for the crosswalks. So, so everybody remember, it's 20 during school times and 25 regularly.
And if you see me, please stop for me.
Or
Thank you.
anyone in a crosswalk.
I growl a lot, but I don't bite.
Mhm.
You can't catch it. I wish I could give it to you, but you can't catch it.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate that. And we are I'm really happy you brought this forward. It's very important to all of us.
I'm going to keep coming.
Please do.
We're going to be friends. We're going to be good friends.
We welcome you.
Good night. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oops. Yeah. Let me move Danny. Okay.
Oh, hi, you're still here. Go ahead. Oh, cool. Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to go back to the.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. We're going back to where it is the council announcements now. Oh, wait, did I have something? Never mind. Oh, erase that. Resolution 2013-028, adopting, oh, that's the wrong one. Yeah.
029.
It's only 9, too. Resolution 2013-029, adopting the fiscal year's 2013-14 budget of the City of Sherwood, making appropriations, imposing categorizing taxes, and authorizing the city manager to take such action necessary to carry out the adopted budget. Staff report.
This is the budget that was presented to you by the city manager. Okay.
I'm sorry, staff. Mayor, was this not the item that you wanted to postpone to a future date?
Correct.
So you need to make that motion, and it's going to be removed off the agenda. There's no staff report. There's no citizen comments. This public hearing does not occur if you remove it off the agenda.
Okay, I would like to remove Resolution 2013-029, adopting the fiscal year 2013 budget of the City of Sherwood, making appropriation, imposing, categorizing taxes, and authorizing the city manager to take some action necessary to carry out the adopted budget. And I want to remove that from the...
And you're going to postpone to
Postpone.
a date certain
Correct.
of June 18th?
Yes.
And that is your motion?
Yes.
Is there a second? Without a second, the motion dies. Is there another motion?
Cool.
We'll go back to the original motion.
Then
No, I have no other motion.
Then we will continue with the business if there's no
Correct.
second to that motion. Okay, staff report.
Thank you. So this is the budget that the city manager proposed to you and the budget committee in April. It was thoroughly vetted by the council and the budget committee in April and passed the budget committee in the condition that it's in right now. So this is the same budget that the budget committee approved. Now, we have had one glitch tonight, and that is on one of the revenue line items. So I'd like the city attorney to clarify the source of the revenue for the shared revenue, $172,000.
Thanks, Greg. Thankfully, this computer machine has the ORS inside of it, and I was able to look up the statute. The revenues under that resolution are distributed to cities throughout the state under ORS 221-770, and that revenue comes from the OLCC. So it's alcohol tax-based revenue drawn through the OLC. It's funneled through the OLCC. The other shared revenue statute is 221-760, and it draws revenue and shares it with the cities. And the revenue comes from cigarette taxes, gas taxes, and alcohol taxes, but 221-770 is just money from the OLCC. Another difference between the statute, for those of you who care about such things, the other one requires the city to certify that it provides certain services, and that's why if you look at the first resolution that was, I think, under the consent agenda, it lists all the services the city provides, and that you have to certify that in order to get shared revenue under 760. But to get revenue under 770, you don't have to provide particular services, and the money comes from the OLCC. So that answers that question. And that $170,000 is built into this budget that's before you right now.
So here's the resolution for the budget. We'd have to go back to the resolution on the shared revenues. They would be a package, and that's what we have for you.
Could we do that now since we got the answer to our question in such a timely manner?
Yes, you can, upon proper motion, you can return something to the agenda in the same way you removed it from the agenda.
Since we haven't opened the public hearing on 029, would it be best then to go back to 027, 2013-027? Or does it matter the order?
It's 6 to 1, half dozen the other. As long as they both get passed, then you're fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I think we should carry on in this one since we're ready for that.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we return to resolution 2013-027 because I don't think that we can pass one without the other. We have to know if we're accepting the revenue before we can pass a budget that includes a line item of accepting the revenue.
Okay. If you feel
I'll
more
need a second.
comfortable.
Second that.
Okay.
And all of council is in favor of that motion?
All in favor?
Aye.
So at this time, the council is going to make a motion to adopt resolution 2013-027. Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt 2013-027.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Back to you, Mayor.
We're going to open the public hearing now on the other resolution, budget.
And Mayor, and the sheets. I'd like to call forward Nancy Taylor.
I already filled out the paperwork for you. Nancy Taylor, 17036 Southwest Lindley Way, Sherwood, Oregon, 97140. I wish you guys had to do that every time you had to speak. Okay, I put on there that I'd like to talk about the finance director. I'm looked over the last few years of budget. I looked over this year's budget once, twice, 3 times. I called a friend of mine who's a CPA, and I said, could you help me with this budget? It doesn't make any sense to me. So he said, sure. And we sat down and we went over it. And I realized what made me not understand the budget. You don't have a certified public accountant working on your budget, signing it at the end of the budget year and handing it over to you. Therefore, my father, who was a CPA, was always responsible for what he signed off on. If he made mistakes, there's a little wiggle room, but if he made any blaring mistakes, he signed his name to it and he got in trouble for it. It's called Certified Public Accountant for a reason. The certification means that if they make a mistake, somebody comes back to them and says, hey, we can take the certification away from you. What's wrong with you? So I'm asking the council to basically, when you're putting out this job application for the new finance director, that you look for a certified public accountant. Not a history teacher, I'm so sorry to have said that, but a certified public accountant. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Nadia Belov. Okay, thank you, Nadia. RJ Claus.
Robert James Claus, 22211 Southwest Pacific Highway. Well, I'm going to have to add something to the record. Councilman Langer left the room on the last vote because you were raising the fees or lowering them, I forget. Then in the hallway, an argument proceeded, and he said, last year I didn't have an actual conflict of interest in voting on it because they raised the fees. Now I'm going to repeat that so it's in the record. I didn't vote on a financial impact because I viewed it as an increase in fees. Wait a minute. It's whether it impacts the people you're in business, it's an actual. A potential conflict of interest is at a minimum. Now let me tell you the whole trouble with this budget. You have no professional guidance. This guy over here is an advocate. I mean, he can go out of the room and, he can say, you don't denegate anybody in a public meeting, you wait until you're in the hallway, and then you call them batshit crazy. I mean, it's a typical lawyer. I can do it and I can argue it. That's why they're advocates, and that's why occasionally people end up in real trouble. This guy's an advocate. He's not a lawyer for the city. You never hear once about potential conflict of interest. Now, I want to know, and I already know the answer, part of your budget transfers groups to an art group to a council member. That's a potential conflict of interest. Now, you can vote around it, but you have to tell us what it is. That's your entire trouble with this budget. You have no professional guidance. You don't have a city attorney saying, stop it. I'm not going to let the council get in trouble. You have an advocate saying, give me enough money and I can pay my way around it. What's amusing about that is the minute we asked how much money Barry Elser and Hammond were paid, it was a state secret. Until we asked it, it was published. And it's a lot of money. Oh, mullet. In your budget, you also have materials that you should be disclosing as what are you paying for legal fees in order to put this out to bid. Again, that's not done. Now, I like Craig. Craig's a very pleasant person. He's one of the pleasantest people you've had on your staff. But he's like anybody else who works here. He does what he's told. And they were told, go out and get enough revenue to support this staff. And Mayor Middleton, you know it as well as I do. In 3 years, we're broke because we've been stealing capitalized money that should have been left in the bank and using it for expenses. No certified public accountant would have done that. That's the reason Roy Rogers isn't our auditor anymore. Our last city manager tried that brilliant move and he resigned. You don't even have that going on. Now we see it when we ask you, where is this money going? How did we go from the wealthiest city in Oregon per capita with money in the bank, voila, they showed up, and now we're stealing from school children and double dipping on an urban renewal project. It's gone, and every one of you know it. So why don't you stop it right here, get a certified public accountant, get in and find out where we are. It's not going to do any good to delay it. It's not going to do any good to stop this. And now is the time to stop it. Audit the budget. You've got a month left. We're not going to lose anything. Walmart's not going to go away as much as we'd wish either. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Anthony Belov.
I'm sorry, would you pronounce it again?
Anthony Belov.
No, he's right there. He's right there.
Could you spell the last name for us? He has it. That's Anthony, come forward.
But that's okay,
thank
close
you.
enough.
Thank you.
Well, excuse me for checking my iPhone because my notes are on it. So.
Name and address, please, for the record.
Anton Belov, 22741 Southwest Lincoln Street. I have a question. It seems like we've been here for quite a bit, and I believe that most of us here are because of one particular issue. And that issue is the fair wage petition that has been collecting signatures nonstop for the last weeks. So far, we have over 1,600 names. And I urge City Council to consider that petition because so far it's been completely ignored. And I would like to just, for the public record, notice a little bit about the little company that is about to enter the play in this town. If this company was a country, it would have 23rd GDP in the world. That company, every American family spends about $4,000 yearly at that particular company. That's average American household. Today, every American lives within 20 miles from a particular store that is owned by that company. Today, that company pays its employees an average minimum wage, and a full-time employee at Walmart is getting $19,000 a year. That means that they're qualified for what? For food stamps and for Medicaid. In fact, that company encourages its employees to apply for Medicaid. That means who picks up the tab? That's not Walmart, it's actually us. People who actually pay taxes. So, the question for me is, what are we doing? We are paying very little money for for plenty of products. Yes, great stuff. You know, as you can hear from my accent, I'm not from around here. I was born in Russia. If you've ever seen Moscow on the Hudson, that was my experience at first entering American supermarket. Remember that moment when Robin Williams enters a supermarket and he's walking past the coffee aisle and he faints because he sees so many kinds of coffee. Because in my country, we didn't have any coffee. And you have to stand in line for 2 hours to get a cup or to get a half pound of coffee. Yes. And I tell you, it's wonderful to be able to get everything we want. My question is, at what cost? Are we willing to pay? Are we willing to pay in taxes, in Medicaid money, in supplements, in food stamps for the cheapest possible product we can get? That is, by the way, 90% is made overseas, so it's sucking our own economy. I just am confused why, and frankly, you have full power here to do something to stop this monster from arriving here and destroying this town, because I can hear the sucking sound of the jobs. And frankly, you know what offends me the most about Walmart is certain lack of taste. And I'm an artist, I'm a singer. I'm sorry, I'm an opera singer. So I'm maybe I don't want to talk about in elitist terms, but Walmart is the most tasteless employer in this country. I feel like we're living almost in Dickinsonian times, in something described in Victorian England, that workers are kept at subsistence level and never allowed to raise above those levels. So that's my comment. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Can everybody remember right now the hearing is on the budget? We will take the other hearing at the public comments after that. So we really need to stick to the budget if you have any information on that. We will get to everybody. Please come forward.
Anthony.
Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind. Do you have it on budget ones?
Anthony Bevel.
Yes, I'd like to relinquish my time to Jennifer Harris.
Jennifer Harris will be called forward, and she'll get the 4 minutes.
But can she get?
Okay, thank you. Jennifer, you're next. Jennifer Harris.
So she can run to 8 minutes.
No, she cannot. It's 4 minutes.
I just had a question on that. Why can't they run to 8 minutes if they're giving?
It's up to the council, but if you allow 8 minutes, then you need to allow for the rest of the citizens as well.
Not if they're relinquishing their time. If we're taking two at once.
Okay, if that is your choice.
She doesn't want
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Jennifer Harris. I live at 21484 Southwest Rolick Avenue. Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Good evening. My name's Jennifer Harris, and I'm here on behalf of the Sherwood Community Action Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. A number of citizens, as you have heard already, have been spending some time on the 2013 and 14 proposed budgets, and several things are concerning to us.
Just talk louder.
Okay. In light of the resignation of the city's financial officer and other issues we see with the adopted budget, we would like to request a third-party review by a certified public accountant before the budget is approved. For example, one of the major issues brought up within the budget is the concern from Chief Growth and his ability to achieve the staffing levels needed to retain the safe community that we currently enjoy. You will also hear from other citizens tonight with more specific concerns on the budget. In the interest of maintaining your fiscal responsibility to the residents of Sherwood, I ask that you pursue this audit in a timely manner by a certified public accountant. Thank you.
Patty Spreen.
Okay. Is it on? Okay. No. This is regarding the budget. Alrighty, here we go. My name is Patty Spreen, 204. Patty Spreen, 20488 Southwest Lavender Place, Sherwood, Oregon. Thank you, each of you, for serving on our behalf. Okay, so I'm nervous, and I just wrote this stuff out because I don't do well with public speaking. But there are questions regarding the budget. My first question, I noted the IT program has made a purchase for a phone lease costing us $25,109. Do we pay for the city staff cell phones, both professional and personal, or just professional? And if it is just professional, how's this monitored? Number 2, noted, our operating costs for 2013-14 budget year hit the $20 million mark, the highest it's been since 2010-11, versus our capital expenditure, which is under $5 million, the lowest since 2010 and 11, and this is very concerning. With that, why does the city staff and the council continually raise the general fund and the personal services when our capital is the lowest it has been in 4 years? A few numbers I noted. In 1 year's time, the total personal services budget increased by $770,000, $892. This year, the city plans on spending $9,433,134 total on personal services. Now, to define these personal services, these include city staff salaries, wages, payroll taxes, and benefits. How transparent is all of this, truly, for each individual city staff person? And just out of curiosity, how many city staff do we employ under that number? Secondly, noted under the supplies expenditure, there was a jump, again, of $320,964 in 1 year, totaling $492,690 in the 2012-13 budget, and skyrocketing to $813,654 for the proposed budget of 2013-14. Supplies must be expensive these days. Goodness, that's almost doubled in 1 year. Thirdly noted, $206,940 was spent last year on furniture and equipment expenditures. This budget alone, you've allotted this budget, 2013-14, $462,809. That is more than double the 2012 and 13 projection. Is someone furnishing a new office? Which, listening in on the work study earlier, I did hear bits and pieces of what was going on. Our total beginning fund balance is $16,467,428. After all sources and revenue are added in, the budget is at $40,919,336. 25% of our city budget goes to city staff. 25%. Their salaries, taxes, and benefits. Now, I'm just a common Jane, and I don't know this question, and that's why I'm asking each of you. Is this an average city staff salary? In conclusion, the following can be found on page 8 and 9 of the executive summary fiscal year. I'm almost done. 2013 and 14, city manager budget message. Thank you, Joe, for noting this. Major concerns. Chief Jeff Groth requested additional staff to begin to achieve the staffing levels that he believes our city needs to retain the safe community that we want Sherwood to enjoy. Joe Gall's proposed budget does not fund those requested positions, and he stated that himself. That's a quote. Street operations and street capital project funds. Capital project fund relies on grants, loans, and intergovernmental revenues to fund projects. Revenue in the fund is insufficient to complete the projects and transportation master plan.
Okay, I'm going to have to cut you off now because we got tons of people, and I also have some comments I'm going to make that may answer some of your questions, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I just have, that was all numbers. I have questions, though.
Kendra Kurtz.
Sorry. Kendra Kurtz, 16675 Southwest Baywood Court. I would like to once again offer my support of the 2013-2014 approved budget. As I stated in my testimony at the budget meeting, I love Sherwood. Our parks, our streets, our events, schools, businesses, and community all make this home for my family and me. I appreciate all the city services that were kept in place, including continuation of the building of the new Cultural Arts Center, proposed staffing and service levels for our public works, community services, and community development departments, and our police department. I appreciate how hard our police department works to protect and serve our city. I believe that our officers are very valuable. I support Chief Groth and his officers in this approved budget. This budget will effectively support our city this next fiscal year. However, it is clear that future budgets will have to allow for adding officers to our police department, putting aside funds to maintain our parks and replace play structures and run the new Cultural Arts Center. And I have no doubt that with our kind, knowledgeable, and excellent staff that this will be done. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your countless hours of commitment to our city. You are truly valued and appreciated. I trust you know your community and citizens well enough to accept this approved budget so we can move forward in things like improvements to parks and building the Cultural Arts Center and other projects that can be done this fiscal year to continue to make Sherwood great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Neil Shannon.
Neil Shannon, 23997 Southwest Redfern Drive, and a member of the Sherwood Budget Committee. Thank you this evening. I'm glad to be here. A couple of quick comments. I was part of the Budget Committee, part of those that approved it, but I do recognize that the City of Sherwood Council, as the elected member, is the final authority of the budget. You clearly have the authority to change any of the suggestions that was made by the Budget Committee. That is part of your adoption. One thing that surprised me, and I had an opportunity to attend the work session that was held by City Council after the budget was adopted. And I was a little bit surprised to find that, or learn that, Mayor, that it seemed that you may have been a little timid, and I'm surprised to say timid, at the Budget Committee, but apparently you voiced some concerns that you didn't feel had been totally heard by the committee. And that there may be some major changes coming to the budget. We'll see how that goes. I feel that the Budget Committee is there. The citizens on the Budget Committee are there to provide guidance and to provide feedback to you as elected officials for the budget activity. And perhaps we didn't do our job as well as we should. So I do hope in future budget sessions that you feel that you can bring forward anything that allows the citizens to participate as part of that budget. I think back a few years prior to my joining the Budget Committee, of a Budget Committee that I observed as a citizen, and this happened to be during discussions of funding a skate park. And it was one interesting session, and I think Linda and Robin probably remember this, where we had 7 elected members of the Budget Committee suggest and support a skate park, and you had 7 citizens oppose that skate park, and the skate park died because it was a tie vote. And that was clearly how citizens can participate in the Budget Committee. So I'd really like to feel that things can be brought forward to the Budget Committee and allow those citizens to participate in those discussions. One thing I did want to remind you that during the discussions of the budget, there was some staff goals in regards to contingency funds. And now that the accounting system is including some contingencies that we're putting into, or I should say reserves that are being put into the contingency funds, I would like to make sure that the staff goals do not include those automatic reserves. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Closing the public hearing. One more.
Susan Claus, 22211 Southwest Pacific Highway. I had a few comments since you guys changed the fee structure for the SDCs. Part of what's inherent in this document is a certain level of SDC activity. Is that going to affect it? I'm assuming it is. And also, as Councillor Langer recused himself on the earlier one, it seems appropriate if part of this budget is driven by development, and specifically the development that is supposed to come online, it seems appropriate that, he can do what he wants, but I'm just saying it looks like a conflict there. The collection of monies that you're receiving a $5.1 million grant for Cedar Creek Trail. My encouragement there is exactly the problem that we're dealing with on the turf replacement is exactly what I talked to the parks people about, and probably should have been dealt with at the budget committee level. We've taken out our asset depreciation fund that we had $400,000 in it. We've wiped that out. We cannot keep making capital projects just because a grant is available. If we as citizens and of this town do not have a plan to do the maintenance on this. Now, this is part of a huge project that goes all the way from Wilsonville over to Durham and wherever else it goes. But we're responsible for the city of Sherwood portion. That $5 million isn't going to go anywhere. I mean, it's going to get absorbed very quickly. And part of the problem on that, and part of the reason why the staff gets so excited is they take, what's the cut percentage? At least, 20% off the top goes into the general fund? Craig could tell us. So immediately, it's not really a $5.1 million grant. It's $5.1 million minus the 20% that goes in the general fund that then goes to fill toward the, like in the case of the planning department, there's a deficit that on the report, on the budget we have here, it's like a $450,000 budget. And now we are trying to collapse that planning department into administration, so there's less transparency. That doesn't make any sense. The planning department is supposed to be driven by development. If we don't have development, then we shouldn't do what we've been doing the last 3 years, which is goofing around with our codes and making it so a Walmart can slip in here without anybody knowing it's a Walmart, because we just deal with a generic big box and we make all of the code changes ahead of time so they can waltz in here. So my point is, if we're going to have a planning staff, it has to, all of our different departments, we're trying to get them to pay for themselves, except we all recognize the police department. That doesn't pay for itself. They don't generate a lot of money. The point is, though, yeah, no, I mean, in the fines, but that goes into the general fund. I'm just, we need our police force. So my point is that cannot be left to another day. There has to be something in there that starts recognizing that Cedar Creek Trail is only one of the projects. You have a lot of other projects slated, already in the ground, that we have got to get that handled. And if we have to make reductions somewhere else, that's what we have to do, because we're robbing Peter to pay Paul right now as it is. The last thing is, you don't need a truck to change the letters on the Robin Hood Theater sign. There's an extender pole that all you have to do is get the extender pole. That's manual labor. I mean, that's just a suggestion. That's how we used to change the sign. We never got a truck up there. That'll save a little bit of money. And then the last thing we have to, Mayor, I just need one more minute, because this is completely important. In our funding, we only show $84,200 for legal. We show $840,000 for professional and other services. It is disingenuous if we are paying more than $84,000 a year for legal fees, and we know we have been in the recent past. It is disingenuous not to put that under a discrete heading and to try to lop it into a fund of professional services, this and that, because part of the reason our RFP is being sent out is because we say we are substituting our Office of City Attorney for legal services. We need to discreetly outline that in our budget. It's part of our charter, and let's get that so that's transparent. Get the planning department so it's back transparent again. If we're carrying them, we got to know why we're carrying them. We don't hide them in the general fund and take 20% cuts off of every grant that we get, or 40% off of every project, hide them into the general fund, and then pay our expenses that way. everything's too expensive that way. And who gives us, we have no counter on that override. Who decided the 40%? Who decided the 20%? It's the same discussion with the SDCs. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. That was the last person that wanted to speak. So now I'm closing the public hearing and bringing it back to council.
Mr. Mayor, just to check in with the council rules, do we have consent to go past 9:30?
Yes. Thank you. Wait. I'll ask the rest of the council. Actually, after this budget, some of them, if they have pressing needs, we have some people here that have their son's birthday and things like that. I will stay around till we're done, and it will go in the record. And actually, our council can also watch it on because we can't make comments, so they can go ahead and take off if they have to, because some of them.
If more than 2 people leave, we don't have a quorum anymore.
That's correct.
Just
Well,
we
have
just a note of order. Right. So.
Well, I want to hear from everybody, but that's just me.
I think we need to be clear that I'm not at my best after 4 hours and 40 minutes of
5 hours.
Oh, I've lost track. Because it wasn't just like I showed up here, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
We all have our day jobs.
Do you want to go till 10? Well, we haven't even started the public comments yet.
Well,
we're still on budget.
Right. We need to finish. We need to do something with the matter that's before us.
Right.
We need to have this discussion among council. I need, how do you feel
Please.
about it? How does the rest of council feel about continuing? And Councilor Clark, I mean, because we need to do something with the budget, because we need to address the matter at hand. I don't mind staying late to listen to public comment, but I had questions about the budget, and I don't want to look back and say, oh, I totally forgot to ask that because I was complete fuzzy.
Is everybody good with 10:30? Or is that?
Mr. Mayor, can I make a suggestion? You can table, you had the hearing on the budget. There's other issues that people want to address tonight. You can table action on the budget till June 18th. If there's specific questions that you heard from the public that you have on the budget, we will get those questions answered, bring those back to you in 2 weeks so you can make an informed decision on the budget in 2 weeks. The only caution I have is state budget law requires that you adopt a budget by June 30th. So you have time. You don't have to take action unless Mr. Crean knows something that I'm not aware of. I think you can postpone action on it tonight. Just keep it open. And
I tried to table it earlier because we were getting emails back from staff on budget issues tonight. And so that was one of my reasons to try and table it. So
I'm just trying to make a suggestion, Mayor. So.
Can I also add that we also have the URA budget that has been noticed, and if we don't at least open the public hearing for the URA budget, we'll have notice issues that would need to be dealt with. So that's something we also need to consider.
Right.
Would we have a quorum here on July 3rd if
That's not June 30th.
No, I know, but for all these issues pushing, but we've got so many issues going forward now.
Right.
I mean,
I won't be here on the 18th. I just can deal with this issue tonight.
I'll buck up.
Everybody take their cherry pills and we'll be happy. Okay, let's just keep going on the budget because I do want to get some of our comment out on the budget when we have a large crowd here because I have some things to say for the public.
Who wants to start?
Okay. The one advantage to opening the budget and hearing from everybody is had you tabled it to the 18th, none of those questions would have gotten answered because we would have had a special session to adopt the budget by June 30th. So there is some advantage to opening the hearing, taking public comments, giving staff time to respond. Had you tabled the issue, we would have not had a public hearing, and those questions would have never been asked tonight. So
some of that's true, but I don't even want to pass the budget. That's just me.
Right, but law requires us to pass the budget.
An amended budget we could pass. Let's just go through comments here.
I really need to make sure that we're not disrespectful of the process that happened 2 months ago. That there were seven citizen members who came and spent several months working on this process.
That's not. I don't believe I was disrespectful. I was just saying that I didn't have time. I asked questions from the city manager. I got no answers. I asked other things. So it's not disrespect to the budget committee. They volunteer. If they don't want to do it, I don't. I mean, we have plenty of volunteers. I think that we can get for the budget. I just don't like the budget.
Well, maybe it would be. I mean, we can ask the rest of council, but maybe it would be prudent to take city manager's advice and get some questions answered, and so then we can look at it fresh on the 18th. Would that?
Well, I think Councilor Butterfield's already said he won't be here.
He won't be here. Okay. Okay.
So.
All right.
And I do appreciate the fact that this is the most public comment in the 5-year budget that I've done that we've had from the citizens. I appreciate the engagement even at the last process step of the process. But we can answer some of the questions directly. And I remember as a citizen that was very valuable to me to learn about the process and to understand. And I'm sure you were taking notes so that, and Julie, are you going to take the hot seat again? So that we can ask our questions that maybe came up as the citizens were testifying. Okay.
I'd like to go first because I don't have any questions. I voted to pass the budget the first time, and I'm going to vote to do it again. So that's my comment.
Mayor, is it all right if we just go down the line?
Oh, sure. Oh, do we want staff to respond to the questions that were brought up?
Oh, should we do that first? Did you take some notes?
I do have some sketchy notes, but the questions were some of them were clear,
yes.
Some of them were not.
Okay.
The asset depreciation fund has not been wiped out. You all remember that we transferred it back to the individual funds, and that every year we have increased the reserve, the vehicle and equipment reserve, during the budget process. Correct?
Right. Maybe you could just remind us there was a reason that we did that. We allocated the asset depreciation fund, and you came back to us in the next cycle through the budget committee process and said, we need to do it this way. It's more effective to follow what needs to be maintained, specifically the equipment of the city. Is that?
Right. And an issue of transparency.
Right.
When I first got here, one of the issues was too many interfund transfers.
Right.
And you can't build an asset depreciation fund without transferring money in and out. So let's wipe that out, and we build reserves in the individual departments. The water fund has a reserve for water fund replacement equipment.
Right.
Street fund, general construction, etc. So the asset depreciation fund was not wiped out. The fund was eliminated. The money was not wiped out.
Right. It's following the equipment and everything that
Yep.
needs to be maintained. We're trying to be more responsible, and to that end, was it 2 years ago in the budget cycle process before we began on the actual budget that we did adopt standards, meaning when I first came on board, there was no threshold for reserves that we were required to maintain, and now our standard is 20% reserves. Is that correct?
Yes, for the general fund, 20% reserve.
And right now, we actually have a 27% reserves.
Yes.
It's actually higher than that.
And Council President Henderson will recall a time in her 9 years to date of service, and that there was like a couple $100,000 of a reserve.
400,000.
The general fund reserve has gone from a negative number 4 or 5 years ago to a positive number and is now in excess of your goal.
Okay, so that was a question. So about the audit, we are audited annually. Julie, can you tell us about the budget process that we go through with the state to qualify for certain standards?
Yes, Oregon state budget law has strict rules about how the budget process works, how our budgets need to be put together and presented. And we go through that process every year. our budget conforms to that. Our budget conforms to an even higher standard. We qualify for the the Government Finance Officers Association Budget Award because we hold our budget to an even higher standard than we're legally required to. And we go through that process, and then at the end of the year, our audit firm comes in and they audit our budget versus what we actually did to make sure that we conformed to those laws.
Thank you. Joe, can you speak to the audit, or maybe Craig or Julie, that happens every year, and the fact that we just a year and a half ago hired a new audit?
Yes.
Yes. 2 years ago, we did an RFP for municipal auditor. We received 7 responses. We screened them and we selected a firm to do our audit that came on very high recommendations. The council decided to choose that firm because of its reputation, even though it cost more than the other firms, because the council wanted the best auditor it could get. That auditor is done 2 audits with us now, and we'll be soon starting the 3rd audit. We are also now preparing our annual financial statements to a new standard called a CAFR, Consolidated Annual Financial Report, which is again higher than that is legally required. And again, it's to meet a higher standard set by the Government Finance Officers Association. I think things are in better shape than they were 4 years ago.
I had written down a couple of notes from some of the testimony. Specifically, we have in the budget process, through the budget committee process, and this may not be common knowledge to people who don't normally participate in that process, but we schedule 3 meetings with the opportunity to go for more if needed, where we go through the departments and we talk about it, each of the areas. So we understood that the phone lease for $25,000, what that was. Could you maybe explain that? Because we have people who didn't have the opportunity to hear that during the process.
Yes, we actually entered into that lease 2 years ago. This will be our 3rd year on that lease, and at the end of it, we'll own it. It's not a typical lease where you return it at the end. We will own the system ourselves. The total is right around $100,000 for the phone lease, and it's for the entire phone system for the city staff, our desk phones.
Utility billing?
Yes. Court lines, our police department.
And in that phone service, it's not just you pick up. Part of the process is that can it direct, it can give you alternate, especially with the utility billing, it can take payments, and that's why it's professional, broad spectrum phone lease that was required for better efficiencies of those departments. There are a couple of people that do have cell phones, but those are, I'm guessing, the staff that requires that for their job. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there are more than a couple.
Okay.
Managers get a cell phone allowance, and they're expected to use that cell phone for work-related stuff, 24 hours a day, and for keeping tabs on their city email.
So with appreciation to what it's like to look at a very large stack of papers, I really appreciated the individual who went through line by line to try to understand what all the numbers meant. But with the supplies, we're not talking about paper clips. We're talking about supplies for projects. Is that correct?
One of the supplies on that line item, is that the line item that has water purchases? Okay, one of the supplies is over $1 million in water purchases from Wilsonville. So our budget is, it's a $40 million budget. About a quarter of that is spent on personal services. that personal services buys supplies and materials, gravel, fertilizer, everything, computers and everything. And it also engages contractors, private sector, to do work. Landscape companies, road repair companies, building companies. I mean, a quarter of our budget is personal services. The rest of it is all money that goes to the private sector to get the work of the city done. We contract out an awful lot of stuff. So our budget is that balance between doing things in-house and doing things more efficiently out-of-house. That's the relationship.
A specific example I can think of about something that we do in-house was the contract of the school's fields. We just recently went through that process, and it's an efficiency for our community to only have to pay one set of vehicles and maintenance equipment and
Yes.
everything else.
Yes.
And the schools have really appreciated the support and help. But at the same time, that's clearly reflected in the budget. They do pay a percentage, but that may be something that not everyone could have heard of. I know there was some articles written in the paper about what that meant for the schools and what the efficiencies and the economies of scales.
Right. We provide that groundskeeping service for them. They reimburse us. We provide scheduling for them. They reimburse us. We provide half a police officer. They reimburse us. Partnerships.
Yeah, those partnerships. As a citizen who was here in the contentious days when the school district and the city were at such odds that they took each other to court, I'm very appreciative of the work that we have done to save the citizens money, to leverage those dollars and to build those economies of scale. Something that's a glaring thing that most people really don't have a full understanding. I didn't when I wasn't involved in joint sessions with the school board or other things, is PERS. This is something that, wow, we have people here and we can talk to them about contacting their legislators. But Craig, can you briefly give a quick synopsis of how impactful PERS is to our personal services budget?
Well, unfortunately with PERS, they only have two sources of revenue. They have revenue that they get interest earnings, and then they have revenue that they get from employers. And if interest earnings go down, then the revenue that employers have to pitch in goes up. And the legislature struggles with this year after year after year to try to bring down those costs. And it seems to be, after the major change, when they went from peers Tier 1 and Tier 2, 1996 to Peer 3? 2003, right. That was a year when they made significant changes, and we have felt relief from that. But it's just a bear.
Well, the reason I think we have to address is that at some point in the legislature, they guaranteed the retirees an 8% return on their investment, and no one gets an 8% return. During the Great Recession, we lost, as Wayne Lowry put it in our open joint session with the school board, they lost truckloads of money. So that's why that's why it costs so much now. I think Wayne gave us a number that said the school district's budget for PERS alone in 2015 would be something like 26%. 27.
Yeah. Ours is lower than that. We have a different mix of employees, but yeah,
it's a tough deal.
It is huge, and there's a reason.
We're trying to compensate for a failure that happened a long time ago.
The rules are set by the legislature, and the legislature, well, you can see how well they've done on reformation.
They've struggled this year. I'm trying to answer the questions really quickly that I took notes from the citizen comments. Counselors, please jump in if I'm overlooking some of the questions that were answered or asked. Chief, could you address your concerns specifically about this year's budget and the number of police officers you had?
Thank you.
Well, I guess the most succinct way to put it was that my final statement was I supported this year's budget, and that my issue was one of sustainability, and that's what we needed to address. And so I'm looking, and we have discussed this in one work session already, but I'm looking to establishing a process wherein the community and you folks can talk about what kind of level of service, what do you want your police department to look like. Once we get that figured out, then we're going to need to address what numbers that is. I obviously shared a lot of information in the budget committee meeting very quickly, and I do have concerns about sustainability. But that's really what we need to be focused on, because if we threw 3 bodies at it right now, that'd be great. But in 3 years from now, we don't know if that's going to mean anything or not. So we really need to talk about how we as a community sustain the level of public service that we as a community want. So I hope that answers your question.
I really remember that work session where we went through and you talked about the number of minutes, response time, and everything like that. And I think this group of individuals who are here and taking an interest, at some point, I'd like to maybe have that written out so that it can be put on the website and people can be aware of that discussion, because although it happened many months ago. Joe, there was something here for you, but I can't see it. Okay. So that was the questions I had. Did I miss any staff that were glaring to you?
Number of employees, 100.
And that was it. That was it.
What page of the budget is that on?
That is on page...
It's like 1085. So you have last year's numbers there, and then you have this year's numbers, correct? 85.
Yeah, the projected for the current year we're in is 101, and then the budget for next year is 99.
Joe, we talked earlier because we have our one-on-one meeting, and it just happened to fall on this yesterday. But this is the smallest budget in 10 years. Is that correct?
If you look at all funds, so all the spending that we are proposing for all funds, it is the smallest budget in 10 years. $40 million.
So what was last year's budget? I'm sorry, there's no way I'm going to dig through that.
Julie's looking.
$45 was our budget for the current fiscal year.
For 2012, 2013.
Mm-hmm. And our actual for 11-12 was 45, just a little over 45.
And the year before that?
61.
61 in 2010-11? Okay.
Does that include water?
That's all funds.
It's all funds, Mayor.
So the big jump could have been possibly due to some of the water the plans we were doing in the building we were doing. So it doesn't look like we've dropped. I mean, we've cut back everything here. It's mainly
Part of that was the refinancing of some debt service. If we pulled that out, it would still be $51 million.
Right.
So 51 to 40 is over the course of the last 3 years. Okay. I hope that I was able to help citizens get some answers. I would really love the citizens who now know their way around the website to be a part of the budget process, which is a year-long process, and we have meetings monthly with our budget committee members, and there are often openings as people move or need to move on to other things. Do you have questions?
My main one is I'd like to see a list of what we've cut all the way back if we've been so reducing, and I'd like to see also where we've increased. Your turn.
No, I'd like other counselors to go first, please.
She has a long list.
I have to fall on the side of Councilor Butterfield. I feel that we have vetted through these issues, and we have a balanced budget. I think that in the future, I absolutely agree. We need to plan, and in fact, I said it during budget. We need to plan for issues like the artificial turf needing to be replaced and parks terming out as far as their life. And so I'm absolutely committed to doing that. But as far as this budget goes, I think that we need to move forward and adopt our budget. And I think that I also have to second Councilor Folsom that I would love additional involvement in the budget process. That would be fantastic. That's all I have to say.
I'll keep it short. I agree with what Chris Anna said.
Okay, mine won't be short. Go ahead. Did you want to do yours?
Staff, is there any question you think wasn't covered in public comment that you'd like to cover tonight? Or Joe?
Not at this time. If there's a question that the council heard that we didn't answer, we're certainly here to answer it. So
okay. This is my 10th budget, and I think that every year we have done a better and better job, at least my perception, my observation, that every year the budget has actually gotten. When I first started, I couldn't read the budget. I couldn't find the things I needed as a new counselor in 2005, and every year it's become more transparent. The budget is easier to read. Things are easier to find. We're able to find answers to questions when we go through the budget. I have, obviously, for every budget year we serve with 7 members of the public. And those 7 members of the public, Neil Shannon, if he's still in the room tonight, is one of them. And I'd like to second his indication that during the budget process, we have the opportunity to ask any question we want to. And a lot of questions are asked. It doesn't mean that everybody always agrees with the direction that we're going, but we have a very, very diverse members of the budget. To give you an example, I won't name names, even though Neil's here. And if I mispronounce your occupation, you can let me know. We have a retired accountant. We have somebody who's a former fireman and has worked for another municipality very close by for 15 years in their public works department. Somebody very familiar with public works and costs of roads and sewers and waters and infrastructure. We have a financial analyst. We have a member who was in the Navy in Vietnam and then worked as a civilian contractor back in Virginia and Washington, D.C. for many years. We have a CPA who serves on our budget committee, who lives in town, of course. My understanding is that Mr. Shannon is a steel beam or beam inspector. Welding construction, okay. He inspected our beautiful stage cover at Stoloson Park, and then we have another member who works in the engineering department in a company in Tualatin. So we have a very diverse group of people, and most of them have been participating in the community for a very long time. Can we make improvements to the budget process? Yes. Is tonight the time to do that? I don't think so. I think we need to move forward with the budget. We have an obligation to adopt a budget. Staff is planning and working on projects and needs to get going. We have a short window of opportunity for construction in our community and where we live, and those plans, a lot of them start in July, and we need to move forward. That is my reason for wanting to move forward tonight. Is it a perfect budget? No, it's never going to be a perfect budget. In last year's budget, for the first time that I served on the committee, our property tax receipts actually decreased. So if you know what that means we're having compression. The home values in Sherwood were compressing towards their assessed value, and that had never happened before. I remember asking Craig Gibbons, who I have thoroughly enjoyed working with, and I think has done our city great service and great improvements to our budget process, and has been instrumental in bringing forward the ending fund balances that you see in our contingency. We had a goal to be at 20% of our general fund contingency, and I believe we're around 25 or 26%. And that didn't happen overnight. And he is leaving us to go to work for another taxing authority, but it's not under some controversy or misappropriation. It's because he has an opportunity to go to work for another taxing district that interests him, and we wish him well, and we will miss him. So back to my point of, I think it's time for us to adopt the budget. Mayor, I understand where your concerns are coming from and your frustration, but you and I meet every Monday, and you didn't say anything to me in the last 2 weeks about wanting to do this or wanting to take more input or wanting to possibly, poll the council about having a first reading and then a second reading, which can be done. And so I, as your council president, am put in a difficult position of wanting to move forward, but at the same time recognizing your concerns and wanting to do something about them. But there was no notice about you wanting to postpone the budget and information going back and forth from staff. So it was just
Let her finish, please. Okay.
Yeah, I'm talking about dialogue between the mayor and I, or the mayor and council, and we're certainly all available. We live in the community. We talk, email every day, and I would have likely been open to consideration, but this to me isn't very a collaborative way to function at a time when we have a deadline looming. So those are my comments. And I thank the members of the public for looking at the budget. As Councilor Folsom has said, we usually have maybe one, maybe two people at a budget meeting, and this is my 10th. And so that's having a room full of people is not an indication of bad news or pending doom. It's an indication that people are involved and interested, and that's what we would like. But in the past, we had a handful of people at a budget meeting. So thank you for coming.
Hey, Bill, before you go in real quick, I just want you to know that when I first got the budget, I, like you, was concerned. And I looked through it, and I spent hours trying to figure out exactly what was going on. So I solicited a friend of mine who is a CPA, and we spent the weekend going through it and coming up with questions. I then took those questions to staff with Councilor Langer, and between staff and the questions I had, they were able to resolve any questions, and that's why I know the budget is balanced, and I support it.
Okay, the budget is balanced. I have no issue with that. People are saying, and they know that they think I'm the minority on the council when I try and save money. That may be the question. What I was looking at is going line by line and each department being reasonable. I asked, what can you do to trim your budget? And a lot of this, if you say, well, we saved all these hundreds of $1,000s, go back and look at the water and all those issues and the SDCs were receiving at the time. Another one I'd like to respond to, parks are not being maintained this year. We pulled out a park that we were going to try and maintain and upgrade, and we're going to do a study on another park. Okay, great. So that means we can have staff here and we can keep going with staff hours. We also promoted 3 people in the last 6 months in one department. That adds to your PERS, that adds to your benefits. And we have, to me, 25% is staff. Really? I mean, to me, that is just astronomical. We're building position after position here. We're gaining, they always want to raise fees so we can keep moving down the road of paying all these salaries. We've got to look at saying, hey, it's the citizens, not the employees here. And that's my feeling. I did go back on the budgets and I tried to make line item cuts. And, you understand, I was not very happy with the last budget committee because, and I can go into that personally with you later, but I was railroaded. I was They would not answer my questions. They went right over the top because they don't think the citizens are listening. And that's why this is the greatest thing happening. Walmart, well, it's your money. We're not going to have money for parks. We're not going to have money for a lot of things that you want and I want for this community, because we'll just rubber stamp this budget and have more employees and just keep moving down the road, giving perks to people, cars to take home. We got cell phones. I pay for my own cell phone. Big deal. I'm getting a salary. I'm retired and I'm doing it. Why can't they pay for their own cell phones? I mean, I understand for emergency purposes, but you look in there, go line by line in that, and you'll see some of this stuff is outrageous that they want. So that's my feeling is, and that was one of my big things. And I didn't go to the council to say I wanted to pull a budget because I wouldn't have gotten support. That's my feeling. The budget, I did have questions. I still have questions on it. I feel that it was generated by the city staff and individually gone to each person and say, let's do this, let's do this. I don't think the public had the proper input, but they didn't show up, so it's part our fault too. So, and also you're going to get a tax increase this year. One of our biggest budgets is the franchise fee for PGE. Standby, that's going up. That'll just be passed on to you. Those are the things that I cannot see taxing, increasing to these citizens when they don't do it the way I think that anybody in this, if you only had $50,000, you're only going to spend $50,000. But if it's public money, let's take it from the trough. That's my feeling. So, and I do appreciate the concern by the rest of the council. I fully understand that. I wrote budgets for almost 30 years. So I do know how budgets work. I don't agree with what the budget committee did, but that's only me speaking. It's not the rest of the council. And I take a different perspective at the budget. That's why I ran, and that's why I hope we get 3 people to run next time that really, really are interested in the budget. That's totally different because that's in the urban renewal district, and so and that does not affect the budget. We're living on more taxing and more fees is what we're looking at. And one thing I ask, and when they do come back wanting more officers or more of that, tell us why. How many do you have working one shift? How many do you have the other shift? Don't just we had one person just say, we need more police. Fine, why? I mean, has anybody been reading the police log? Come on. You know, I mean, and they do a great job. I think they could do it probably a little more efficiency. But as long as we're going to continue to let everybody say woe is me, we don't have enough staff, it's just going to continue and we're going to go bankrupt. That's my soapbox.
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the budget as it is.
2013-029. 2013-029. That's the number.
Here.
I would like to make a motion that we adopt resolution 2013-029.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes.
Now we're going to go into, I believe, council comments next. That should be brief.
Are we going for 10 more minutes? Yeah, what time are we?
I have a little council comment. I don't know if Lori Randall is still here, but I wanted to congratulate the Sherwood Foundation.
She's right there.
The Sherwood Foundation of Arts and with Lori Randall, Shelley Lamb, Elise Vordermark for putting on the first annual Altered Arts Festival last weekend. It was great. Amanda brought her music studio, the Mixolydians from the high school, the a cappella group performed. They are competing this weekend for the finals of the a cappella Rose City Festival, and there was a Footnotes choir. There was lots of arts demonstration. It was a great event. As I understand it, every vendor will be coming back next year. Congratulations. It was a very successful.
We actually have some more coming too. Some thought in itself.
It was great. It was a really great event.
And that's Sherwood at its best.
I have a question for the chief. When we had the power outage, the transformer blew, that was affected a great deal of West Sherwood and parts of Woodhaven. Obviously, we had to partner with Tualatin Valley Fire District. I was at Pacific. I just walked into Pacific Family Dental when it happened, and heard meters exploding or whatever that exactly that was. So I was wondering if you could just give us a brief update about how we handled that and how we coordinated with TVFNR. And then I understand other jurisdictions came in and patrolled our community for us while we were almost going door to door. So I know that would normally be handled by Mark Daniel, but he's not here tonight.
So we had a tree go down, took a wire out, and as a result, that caused a, for lack of a better term, a domino effect where transformers blew.
Right.
And then there was a power surge that sent more electricity backwards into homes than what they're designed to handle. I've know several people lost refrigerators, microwaves, you name it.
Washers.
From my understanding, the vast majority of Sherwood was affected, and it also went up the 99 corridor into
King City,
parts of Tualatin, Tigard, and King City. So what we did when it happened is it was really became a PGE and a fire event because there was multiple calls, what they refer to as no fire calls. There's smoke, but nobody's seen any fire. So the fire department was overwhelmed. We immediately sent somebody to the Tigard Central Operations Center to work with the fire department in their operational command center. We then partnered with Tualatin Valley Fire and started making best description emergency management terms as window surveys, but we went beyond that and we're actually checking houses, making sure that folks were safe. PG obviously was doing their part. They were the lead agency in trying to get the situation resolved. Right. The reason it took so long for some areas to come back is because PG did not want to throw the switch until they made sure that everybody was safe. So Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue and our folks worked to try to make sure that we had everybody as safe as possible, and then the situation was rectified. So as far as other agencies, that's par for the course. I mean, if we get an event like that, priority calls still have to be handled, and as they come in, if we can't handle them, somebody will help us out. I mean, that's just how we work. So right. That's kind of how it went down and how we responded. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you.
I just had a couple things. First of all, it is my only son's first double-digit birthday today. So happy birthday, Declan. He's definitely asleep right now, and I doubt that he'll be watching this on public access at 10 o'clock at night either. But I had to do my mom duty there. The other thing that I wanted to say is that this Saturday is Cruise-In. And so I want to make sure to announce that it's going to be a great event starting at the kickoff is at 9, going till 6 in Old Town. And we have the benefit of having Representative Suzanne Bonamici and Representative Davis, both our federal and our state rep, coming. And so that's kind of a big treat that they're spending their time in Sherwood and hearing about all of the issues facing Sherwood and being representative to that. But even more fun is the burnout and the great events that are scheduled. So please make time to come on down to Old Town. The other thing that I wanted to say is that it was brought to my attention that in the work session last night, I made a comment that was that inferred that I somehow could know what someone's motivation was, and that was Counselor Langer. And so I wanted to apologize to him for that. I don't think that you can look into the heart of anyone and know what their motivation is, and I certainly don't think that people can look into my heart and know what my motivation is, but I am not too proud to admit when I have said something or done something that has hurt someone else, and so I would just like to publicly apologize for that comment, and I will try to do better.
Thanks, Chrisanna. So Saturday is cruising, and Arrow's dance team has a little fundraiser going on a dunk tank, and I think the invitation has been extended, but I've challenged Jennifer Harris to the dunk tank to see who can raise the most money if we're in there at the same time. So I'm just waiting for her to accept the invitation, and we'll be there on Saturday. Come and dunk me. Just want to make sure you know it's out there. I'll be there with my swim trunks on waiting for you, Jennifer.
Is there a cage in front of it, though?
Yeah.
Maybe Lars Larson can go for me. You're good buddy, Lars Larson.
We're not going to make the comments tonight. We got to go to... Well, we spent a lot of time on the budget. I apologize. I wanted to air my views on the budget. Well, we can...
You know, Mayor, I'm okay staying because I can listen. I just can't think.
Okay, but if you have... Oh, we haven't finished the council comments. If you have an item that you want somebody to express the same view you have, I will allow you to go ahead and piggyback so we can have a dialogue rather than 18 people coming up and say one thing. And we are working on the ordinances, by the way.
That's not what I read in the paper.
We just had the meeting yesterday.
I read in the paper.
The paper says that they're going in July. Are they going up in July? July 16th.
Hey, Mayor, you can ask Jim Claus. He was there. He saw us working on the ordinances.
You're not working on the ordinance. You're working on the ordinance that you're going to debate. Everything you say is half-truths, Bill. Get the truth. You didn't vote on the ordinance.
Yeah, let's focus. We are looking at the ordinances. Yeah, if we're going to do this, we have to go through the get up here and talk thing. Go ahead. You have the list of people? Oh, wait. I don't have any comments.
Did you have one, Bill?
I'd like to congratulate the high school baseball team.
That's right, yes.
For winning state.
And hopefully we'll have the football team up here again this year, too. So.
There you go.
Well, 2 in 1 academic year, and runner-up in soccer. It was amazing.
So, do you have any more comments? Linda's not here, so let's move on.
Pam Shelton. No Pam Shelton?
Yes.
Is that Pam Shelton?
No.
Mayor, if we have like 20 people that want to speak.
Please.
It's really quick. My name is Deborah Pierce and I live at 252 63 Southwest Neil Road in Sherwood, Oregon. I counted over 120 people at this meeting this evening at 7 o'clock when the meeting started. There are only perhaps a quarter of that number here. We were all here for one purpose, and that was a discussion of the Walmart position. And I think this community needs perhaps another meeting when everybody is fresher and are more level-headed so we can discuss this together. We all have jobs. We're all very tired. Everybody appreciates that everybody here is doing this voluntary for our community, both you on the board and us as a community. So let's just keep it civil and be nice to one another.
So we could,
Thank you.
is there a possibility of having one meeting solely dedicated to this, and then we can have everybody give their view? I mean, like you say, I don't know if we're down to that few people. I know there's a lot, but wouldn't we want to do it in one? Well, but we also have certain things we have to pass. I tried to pull one off that was very time consuming. You saw the vote, so we won't go anywhere from there. We have certain things by law we're required, or we have to shut down certain things that we cannot continue like you. So, we have, let's hold on. Let's see what we want to do. Do we want to have a whole meeting on this, or?
Regardless of why we are all here, for whatever reason, we're here. For whatever reason, there is a process, and the council needs to rein in this process. Please.
We're trying, but everybody's very emotional about this issue, and I want everybody to be able to talk on it. And I think that doing it now is good. If we have, maybe we can do it to a few, but we need to have a whole meeting on this, because if I have 120 comments, you have to be realistic too. I know we all have jobs. I don't. I'm retired, but I can stay here all night. I don't care. But to focus, we need to focus on what you want us to do. I mean, we can't just say we don't want Walmart. That's not doing anything anymore. We know. And we don't want the people to come up and say, we want Walmart. We know. We need, give us a list of what you want us to do. We're working on the ordinances.
That's beautiful. This has nothing to do with the ordinance.
There are a lot of us that have filled out sheets to speak tonight, and I would really like, as I'm sure a lot of other people.
And got babysitters and everything else, just like all of you.
Call names in order so that we all do have that opportunity.
Agreed.
All right. And then some council is going to have to leave. They have other things. And it like I say, it is.
Could we just ask staff really quickly? It would be to the benefit of all of us, because we do have work that must be done. I know it's an extra meeting for council, but we called an extra meeting. Maybe that's what we need to do, and just have the citizens know that that's their time to engage.
That will be the whole focus of the meeting.
But we still owe, because we've agreed to take citizen comment, and we're here to follow the process. And I think that's all you're asking, so we would ask our city recorder to go through the names, and we'll go through the process.
Right, but if you're willing, and we do call a special meeting, if you're willing to just say, I defer my comments till the special meeting. We have another meeting after this too, so you can go to that too. It's
We don't have time. Ours is extremely time sensitive. That's
Okay,
the only reason.
go ahead.
That's all it is. That's the only reason I'm being so.
Oh. She's going to call the names, and if you're willing to defer to this group, just say, I defer. We're not a group, we're just residents. I know, but I mean, the forms, we have to go by the forms. Start calling.
Okay.
Ruth Ann on Nottingham Court.
Okay.
Jennifer Harris.
That's fine.
Okay. Thank you, guys. I'm equally as tired. I still live in the same house, 21484 Southwest Royal Avenue. My name is still Jennifer Harris, and I'm here on behalf of the Sherwood Community Action Committee again, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here again to request that City Council adopt some of the ordinances to protect the welfare and safety of our citizens. We have over 800 letters, again, for you tonight. In addition to the 700 that we presented 2 weeks ago, that's almost 1,500 people in your town who have said these ordinances are important to us. These ordinances mean something. Protect us and do what's right by your citizens. They have been collected over the past 2 weeks, and they just urge you to protect our way of life. I wanted to thank you also for holding the work session yesterday on the suggested ordinance. I'd like to present the council, and I've sent it to Mr. Gall via email, with the Washington, D.C. Living wage ordinance. We feel that this living wage ordinance draft could easily be amended for Sherwood, cutting out a lot of time in research and just make it a very simple process for you to take. We also ask that you consider using this as a basis to help protect the workers and taxpayers of Sherwood, draft similar ordinances for our town. The mission statement for the City of Sherwood, as stated on the wall over here, the City of Sherwood will provide services and infrastructure to support the highest quality of life for our residents, business, and visitors in a fiscally responsible manner. the City of Sherwood mission statement supports these ordinances that we're asking for. They fit right in line with it. We ask that you remember you are here to represent us, the city residents, and we've spoken out strongly in favor of these ordinances. You have thanked us again and again and again for coming and finally being involved, and we are involved and we're not going away. We respectfully ask that you now hear our voice and hear our involvement and listen and do what we ask. Thank you.
Thank you. I just got that ordinance tonight, so I haven't had a time to read it. So I was just, Beth Cook just sent it to me, so I need to read it too. So.
I'm here. And these are coming in every day, more and more.
Sylvia?
Thank you. Brian Harry.
Okay. All right, go for it, June.
Wait, Lori, I'm sorry. I'm going to go through the list until we come to one of these gals.
Right.
Okay, but ma'am, what you don't understand is all these other people have also been waiting.
Right, and we have to go by the order.
He just deferred. Okay.
Yeah, he deferred, so we're going to the next one.
So are you going to let Ms. Sprain speak?
No, we're going to go in order of that we have to go in order that we collected these.
Whiskey.
You have to sit at the table. There you go. Sit at the table.
No, thanks.
I do, but I don't.
I don't know what we're doing.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you deferring your time to me?
I am.
Okay. Well, the plan
Wait a
was-
minute. There might be more you have to defer first, though, right? Or are they next in the list?
What if he's a part of it?
Well, we'll come back to it then. Then those two can't speak, but he can, unless we defer it all at once.
Okay.
Can you just, because we're going to the list pretty good here, and if we can, I'll give you guys some extra time, too.
Okay, so Mayor, would you like June and I to step away and just go down the list? Yes. And then come back?
Right, that'd be the best.
That's all we needed was that clarification.
That's all we need. Yeah, I'm sorry. Everybody's,
no worries.
I'm not tired and I'm goofy, so.
Is Mr. Harry not going to speak? Thank you. Lori Stevens.
You go to here. Thank you.
Can everybody hear me? Okay. Lori Stevens, 15630 Farmer Way, Sherwood, Oregon, 97140. I had the privilege last night to attend the work session, and I'm basically here to rebut some of the information that was given during the work session. Also, I'd like to say, too, that you've thanked us for citizen involvement. The Walmart thing has brought us all together, and I don't think anything will ever slip by this community again, and I think you will see this kind of attendance probably for the rest of your lives at these meetings, and you probably want to expand. Oh, lovely, thank you. You probably want to make the meeting 7 to midnight for the rest of your lives, because this is the way it will be, because the budget thing alone should have been its own agenda item.
I agree.
Especially when you know that the Maid Marian stuff, the agenda comes out well ahead of time. You knew that was coming up. It was going to take a good stint. So anyway, get back onto Walmart. Last night's session was a self-serving work session, if anything I've ever seen. It was very apparent that most of the council does not represent the true spirit or feeling of the residents of Sherwood. There were many comments made by council members that were to their own agenda. And also very obtuse. What if I stop for breakfast at Sherry's and I park my RV out in the parking lot and I want to go get breakfast? Am I going to get a ticket? Well, geez, let's use common sense. What if I have to park my RV and run into the store and pick up something? Again, that's just doesn't make any sense. So that brings me to the rest of my stuff. We heard some things yesterday that are flat out astounded me, so I went home and did some really quick research. And based on Bloomberg's business report this January, the first page here that I've handed you is statistics that as of January 2012, Walmart no longer offers health benefits to anyone that works 24 hours less per week. They also do not disclose how many of their workers are part-time. And they report an increase in part-time staffers, even though there are numerous employees that report seeking full-time status. Between July 2005 and June 2011, Walmart settled an estimated 70 state and federal class action wage and hour lawsuits and lost one jury trial for well over 1 million current and former employees, costing the company over $1 billion. The company cites higher numbers, but the average Walmart associate makes just $8.81 per hour, and the average salaried person at 34 hours per week makes $15,500 per year. So either Walmart was not truthful in their candid discussion with Council Folsom and Mayor Middleton the other day regarding their wages for their employees, as bullet 3 indicates, or the employees are not truthful in their interview. Given that bullet number 3 is a matter of public record, I think it's pretty irrefutable. In my opinion, this is Walmart being less than truthful in their conversations with you guys. And I urge you to follow up on that. With regard to the RV parking, one of the council members indicated that Walmart does not support that. That is absolutely false. I went out to Walmart's own website, and under the second page that I gave you, the black print is off Walmart's website. Where can I park my RV at your store? Okay, and its guidelines on how to get okay to do that. The next page is all the U.S. cities that currently, not all of them, it's just a few that I found, that currently prohibit RV overnight camping in parking lots. So don't try to tell me it's not something that would be easy to do or we can't enforce it. We got to mark tires. That's just BS. It could be like handicap parking. It's an honor system. If you see somebody doing it, you call the police. You don't have to have the police going out and sticking stuff on people's tires. 2 of these were specifically geared towards people camping at Walmart. The cities made the ordinance so it couldn't be done at a Walmart parking lot. We can do it for any big box. Last page, a couple more websites that say where you can go to get your RV parked at a Walmart, and another website that says which ones have it. So there we go.
Thank you. And I want you to come to every meeting, everybody.
Sally Robinson. Kathy Holloman.
Kathy Holloman, 14735 Southwest Brook Court. You all should have gotten an email from me last night, or Mr. Middleton this morning at 5 a.m. I'm just another Sherwood citizen, and before the Walmart announcement, I really did not have an opinion of Walmart. I don't shop there, don't really have any history of anything to have any knowledge of their practices or anything. But what I heard from people was that this was not something that we wanted in our town. So I started doing some research, and there's a lot out there, as you can imagine, but the main reason that I wanted to talk tonight is that I want you to know that this is not a vocal minority in our city that is asking you to pass these ordinances. I personally walked to over 100 homes in my neighborhood and spoke with people, and in talking to those people, there were only 6 people who were not in favor of the city ordinances, and the other 95 were. I got one today, so that makes 95. Many residents voiced concerns that this was a done deal before they were notified, and they asked if these city ordinances would even make a difference. My reply was, it's our best chance. And City Council asked for 3,000 petitions at the last City Council meeting, so many of us concerned citizens hit the streets. And I'm not sure what number we're at now, but it's clear that the people made their mark and voted for a lot of different reasons. So my question to you, the council, is will you represent the residents of Sherwood who elected you and pass the city ordinances, or your own interest or agendas? The city ordinances would define how we as a community feel about preserving quality of life in our town. So whether or not it's Walmart or some other big box store or other store, people unanimously don't believe we need a 24-hour store, no overnight RV parking, health benefits, sick leave, etc. for employees. And I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but currently Walmart is saturating the Portland metro area with Walmarts. And what they do is they go in for a period of time and then they pull out the ones that are not profitable enough for them. And so then we have these hundreds and hundreds of empty Walmarts. In fact, there are over 300 empty Walmart buildings in 41 states in the United States because these ginormous buildings cannot be occupied by many large businesses. So one of my one of the ordinances that I ask that you would really strongly consider is requiring Walmart, if they leave Sherwood, that they would come back if 12 months later their building is still vacant and they have to pay to tear it down and rebuild or have somebody else, you know, be able to develop it into smaller parcels that can actually be occupied. And they did this in Naperville, Illinois, and had some success in that. So I think that that's about it that I wanted to say.
Thank you.
June Reynolds.
I'm June Reynolds, and I live at 22438 Southwest Hall Street. And as you can see, we have a result here where all of a sudden the population has woken. And in a way, I'm kind of glad to see that what I would consider the newcomers to Sherwood, since I've been here since 1962, are beginning to see the value that the elders put in our community so many decades ago. What has happened here is there has been no citizen input or any real good notification until just recently. It was just as I was going around asking people if they knew there was a Walmart going in just down their street, not more than 1,000 feet from their backyard. People around in Hall Street and Nottingham Court area, they did not even know about a Walmart. They hadn't heard anything about it. Some of them hadn't read the paper, which doesn't surprise me. And my neighbors did not receive any notification. And I did not receive any notification that this was actually going to happen. I have known from previous spotty meetings that I've gone to over the years that something was going to happen, but nothing specific. People asked me when the meeting happened and what was the results. And I said, well, I don't know. And they also were very worried about the traffic situation. And some of my neighbors are here tonight. If you're from the Nottingham Hall Street area, there were quite a few people. They probably have left now. But there was a number of people here who said that they were going to come and stand with me. Is there anybody here now from Hall Street or Nottingham? Okay, there you go, from that area. That was the old Japanese garden area with at the bottom of it was the old Japanese school. We are living in hard times, and I'm really worried, not so much about the specifics of what's going on, but the fact that I don't know if Sherwood can actually sustain all this stuff. And I've been talking about that for many years. What do we make? We make consumers who consume plastic goods from China. And that's all. I give this over to this young lady who's been doing some more research.
Is it safe for me to go? or do I need to wait?
She still has to call the name.
Okay, no problem.
So Ms. Reynolds is finished?
Yes.
Go ahead,
Can she
Patty.
defer the last 50
Go
seconds
ahead.
of her comment
Yeah, you'll
period?
get that time.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead?
Go ahead.
Okay. For the record, my name is Patty Spreen, and I still live at 20488 Southwest Lavender Place. I personally delivered the June and Carl Reynolds appeal that was dropped off to the city last Friday, May 31st, 2013, 18 days after they found out. For the record, June and Carl have done nothing wrong. They were not properly notified, period. Both the City of Sherwood and Langer Graymore Development held the responsibility of properly contacting all residents within 1,000 feet of the proposed parcel. June Reynolds was in fact listed on the mailing labels enclosed in the original application. What is most concerning is that not only were residents not notified, but the mailing affidavit filed by Mr. Matt Grady on January 19th, 2012 was in fact not legally notarized. This is concerning on many levels, and the city still accepted this unnotarized affidavit. On Friday, when I dropped off the appeal initially to Michelle Miller, the associate planner, she attempted to inform me that the 21 days to appeal from the November approval date had passed. I had informed her that this situation is different because the Reynolds, in fact, did not get notice of the development until May 6th, 2013, concluding that by law, they and any resident within 1,000 feet of the subject site has 21 days from the day they are notified to appeal, and we're supposed to start at the city level. Once we exhaust this process, we have other options. On behalf of Sherwood residents within 1,000 feet from the proposed Walmart development site, I am asking the City of Council, each and every one of you, to vote to waive this $6,800 appeal fee, as this was an administrative mistake on the error of Langer Graymore Development and the City of Sherwood. Also, for the record, a memo was written up by Michelle Miller under the advice of Joe Gall, the city manager. This memo was to include an appropriate deposit to charge June and Carl Reynolds. The interaction Joe asked Michelle went as follows. He asked her how many hours of attorney time would it take the city attorneys to go over this appeal, as well as how much administrative time it would take her personally. She then estimated roughly 3 hours for the attorneys and 2 for herself. From this discussion, an arbitrary deposit fee was concluded of $600. Also noted within an email, I personally asked the city manager, Joe Gall, if he could waive this deposit of $600 or split the difference with me. His reply, per city code, he could not waive developmental fees and said the power lays with the council. Mind you, this is not a development fee. This is an appeal fee. And once again, we are appealing because not all residents within 1,000 feet of the proposed site were properly notified due to an administrative error on behalf of the developer and the city. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
Naomi Belov.
Hi, my name is Naomi Belov. I live at 22741 Southwest Lincoln Street. So did you need to finish?
Just like 30 seconds of your time, if you could defer it to me, that would be
I
great.
will.
Okay. Thank you, Naomi. And just one last question. If you could perhaps decide on that decision whether or not to waive that $6,800 appeal fee tonight, that would be gracious. Thank you. So if we could get a decision tonight, that would be very helpful, because we don't want to go drag this out any longer, because we know how busy each and
We'll
every
have
one
to
of
get
you
the
are.
city attorney on the appeal. And is he around? I think he's around.
Well, this was, I was referred to council.
Right, but he has to see. Sometimes you can't just make decisions. You have to put it. You have to put it in the agenda to.
But I emailed Mr. Gall on Friday. Woohoo! Thank you. Thank you. We need your advice. Yes.
You already crushed me on my first one.
Okay.
Was he listening to
Did you listen to my? Can we stop the time while we're talking to the attorney?
No, we'll come back at the end on that.
Okay, just whether or not you can make a decision.
Right.
Okay, so I would like to reiterate what some of the others have said about going out door to door. We have been left out of the process very clearly, and it seems as though it's almost 11 o'clock at night, and many of us are just getting the chance to speak. So this has got to change. Are you giving us a chance to talk about Walmart? When are we going to be able to do this?
We agreed, I believe, to have the city manager do a special meeting so that's all we're dealing with.
And when? Because it's obviously it's close to groundbreaking time, and we need to do it like next week.
We would look at next week. We'd have to poll the council to see in terms of your schedules, the schedule for this room, and get the proper notice, which, correct me if I'm wrong, is 24 hours for a special meeting. We can look at those calendars immediately tomorrow morning and try to get something scheduled. The question that I have, if we schedule something next week, what time would you like to start? So
we have
we're
a
not
planning
here.
commission on Tuesday night,
Yeah.
and that's scheduled to start at 6.
But it would be Monday or Wednesday. We have to make sure we have a room that can fit everybody, and start at a time that is appropriate so you can hear from everybody.
That's right. You might need a large room, very large. So yeah, and we just delivered to you the petitions. I'm wondering who is in charge of reading those petitions, because there's so much valuable information in there. People who are concerned mainly about the traffic, others that are concerned for many reasons that you've heard, but I couldn't speak for the 10,000 people that filled them out or whatever number it was. So if you could just tell me who reads those, that would be great. Who reads the letters that we've delivered?
Answer?
Yes.
All correspondences received by the council are the council's obligation to read. They're considered part of the record depending on the type of document it is. Some records are permanent retention, other records are 5-year retention. So everything that you have provided to me, I catalog and I put it in our records room. And it's up to the council to come and read those documents.
And for how many years are they kept?
These items here are for 5 years. This is a 5-year retention.
Okay, so I would like to ask each of you, Bill Butterfield, have you read any of them?
No.
Are you going to?
My intentions are, yes.
Because if you're
I'm still
representing,
trying to keep up on all the emails.
well, if you're representing us as a council member, it's your job to read the
You
correspondence.
don't need to tell me what my job is. I said I was going to read them.
Oh, you are going to? Good.
Sure.
Great. And I hope you do that before we
will.
meet next week. And how about Robin? Have you?
I think I can speak for Bill and I both when I say we had 3 meetings yesterday, and he spent the weekend going through an electrical plan trying to save the citizens money. So
Okay,
we are
so you're
reading
telling me
as
that
fast
you're
as we
not
can.
listening
We
to
are-
the public,
we-
and you don't.
we
You
are
want us to be
listening
part
the
of the
public.
process, but
We
you're not
are
listening to
reading
us.
the petitions, but I think we need to let the process continue because I don't.
I
wanna
really don't
get
like you
stalled.
using the word process because you're hijacking our word. We are asking you to please be part of the process, and you keep saying, "Oh, you haven't been part of the process." Well, part of it is you need to allow us to be part of the process. So next week's meeting will be good. And Henderson, have you read any of the letters?
Which
We
the
just
confusion.
delivered.
Are you
a
talking about the
pile.
letters
we
that
delivered
we get?
700 2 weeks ago. Have you read any of them?
They're
Where are
talking about
they?
petitions.
Oh, we read the emails every day.
No, I'm talking about the petitions, the letters that we gave you.
But yeah,
You can look at the ones we just gave if you're not
If I
familiar.
may, at the previous council meeting, there were a stack of documents that Ms. Harris submitted into the record. Those are the documents that are in the records room as part of the council record. Those are the documents, those 700 documents that I did not distribute and pass out to you to read that evening. It is the council's obligation, if you choose to do so, to refer back to that record,
And
pull
people
those
took-
records
so-
and read those records. So those are
Got
the
it.
items that are in question.
That's what was.
And Matt Langer, have you had a chance to?
No,
Are you planning to?
certainly.
Good.
I haven't even seen the stack though. Although I saw
We
you
just
drop a
provided
big
a
stack
large
right
stack
there.
just now. So, I mean, people took a lot of time. All of these volunteers and the people writing, it took many, many hours and a lot of money on my part personally to photocopy. So I would appreciate that if you would do that. I also wanted to
Wait,
bring
you
to
didn't
your
ask
attention.
me.
Okay, sorry.
I read
Mayor.
2 of them.
Okay, so-
But I'm personally, just 2 because I was in her office. But I'm personally trying to answer everybody's email too, and I'm up to over 200, so I'm getting a little behind.
So I think
But
having
I
a
will read
public
'em.
commentary next week will be good because
Okay.
it'll be much more efficient than us each writing individually too. So I wanted to let you know that we also delivered something that was written recently in the paper. It was by the Huntington Press. Did you all receive a copy of that? We had 8. Have you all received that?
I
Just
can't
this
recall
evening.
that one.
Okay, so I believe it's over here somewhere.
But you're
Okay.
out of time.
Can I say one more thing?
One more thing.
Okay, so one of our volunteers went around town this morning. He just did a very brief, just glance around town. These are all the empty buildings that he saw. In the Sherwood Bus Park, there's 1. In the Trees Restaurant Complex, 6. Langer Farms Shopping Center, the Target area, 1. In the Albertsons area, 4. In the post office area, 1. In the Chevron Station area, 1. Kohl's area, 5. Old Town, 6 that were visible. In the Ice Arena, 2. In the Sherwood Crossroads Safeway area, 6 empty buildings. Regal Theater area, 4 empty businesses. In the Tualatin Sherwood bus area, 4. And this, he made a note, this does not include the buildings south of 6 Corners, Highway 99, or the industrial areas, and it also does not include the Tualatin Sherwood road area. So, I mean, that's a little concerning to me. If you bring in a big box retailer such as Walmart, which has a history of going into towns and closing down businesses, is this a concern of yours as well?
Thank you. And we will work on that special meeting.
I'm going to talk about a completely separate issue, and I want to enter the... Robert James Claus, is it on now? Come on, Matt, you ought to be affixed this. Robert James Claus, 22211 Southwest Pacific. I'm going to talk about a very different subject. First, I want to put these in the record. And then, although I doubt you'll read this.
Mr. Claus, Mr.
Please
Claus.
give it over here, Jim, and then she'll pass it out.
I'll pass them out. Thank
That
you.
goes in the record.
Wait, let me smile at All right. Now, you've got a problem on this council, and that's very evident. The city manager is running his own play. Until tonight, I didn't understand it. Henderson has an MBA. Folsom is an accountant that worked for a bank. You're a tin salesman, so I won't say much. You're just trying to figure out what you are. But what's really happened is clear. He was told to run an RFP for a city attorney. We are guaranteed 4 applicants. And you know what I'm talking about, Chris, because I know you saw that RFP before it was sent out.
Please direct your comments to the council.
You don't really know what I'm thinking. But be that as it may, here's your problem. The city manager is now setting public policy. Now, how would he dare think he could do that? How would he dare think he could ignore the charter? How would he dare think he could have meetings where 2 codes that our good friend Walt Hitchcock put in so we couldn't have another Home Depot, we could have somebody sit on an urban renewal committee and modify those codes and the city manager permit it. You wanted that Walmart through badly enough that you're not playing by your own rules. And don't talk to me, you are. I've known Folsom knew they needed to be a CPA, and she also knows the difference between having a CPA do the books and audit them, and there is a huge difference. And if you also look, the CPA that did them found discrepancies. You didn't pay him to investigate the discrepancies. Now, why am I telling you this? Because you got a war on your hands. Certain of you want to keep going the way you're going. And I can't imagine the reason except covering up waste, fraud, and abuse of public funds. 2 years the statute will run. And I think that's exactly what's going on. And I cannot understand for a moment how a city attorney can put out an RFP that violates our charter, and you don't think that's insubordination. But tonight I saw it's not insubordination because a group of you are moving to pass that budget. It's amazing. Now, what you better think about is you're at a crossroads. And too many of you struck your colors tonight. You're going to answer for what you're doing. This contract city attorney is not a city attorney, never will be, couldn't be. Too many conflicts of interest. I'd recommend you start cleaning your act up, and the first thing is to really hire a city attorney that's salaried that you can talk to. And I mean that.
Thank you, Jim.
Marlinda Newmeyer.
Guess this one works. My name is Marlinda Newmeyer. I'm a Sherwood resident. I live at 16773 Southwest Stellar Drive here in Sherwood. I'd like to thank Mayor Middleton for sticking around and the council. I feel your pain. I spent my day at the Ways and Means Committee at the Capitol today, so I've had enough of government, quite frankly, for one day. That being said, I helped Commissioner Fritz in Portland craft the final version of the Portland Paid Sick Leave Act. Have all of you seen that? You're all aware of what I'm talking about?
Yes.
We talked about it last night. Okay, so I worked late yesterday and I was unable to attend the meeting where we were talking about ordinances. I'd like to submit that to you for you to view. It's not a great bill. It's not a terrible bill either. We were able to come to a compromise. There was a lot of town meetings and city council in Portland when we discussed that. My business is in Portland. And it has some value. And quite frankly, in the fight against Walmart, which I am strongly a proponent of, I think it would hinder them in some ways of retaliating against their employees for calling in sick who are selling you your groceries. We know Safeway doesn't do that. We know Albertsons doesn't do that. We certainly know Target doesn't do that. Target has a 3-to-1 ratio, 3 part-time employees to 1 every full-time employee. Part-time employees are benefited. They pay above minimum wage. These jobs that Walmart is bringing, the 250 of them, how many of them are going to come from the lack of sales at Target, the lack of sales at Albertsons, the lack of sales at Safeway, the lack of sales that you have at the new Kohl's? It's not new jobs, and you're kidding yourselves if you think that it is. So my question to you is, if I were to present that to you in the way that it was finished, would you look at it for your next work session on the ordinances, or is it too late for that?
No, it's not too late. We're still
For the
working.
sick
We have
leave?
it. We're working on the ordinances now.
Okay, so what would be the best way for me to get that in your hands? I can certainly send it to you by email. I can send you all the city council members and their views on it from the Portland City Council who voted it in and why they thought it was right, because I don't want to take up a ton of people. I know a lot of people want to talk, so I just want to know how to get that in your hands, because quite frankly, my goal would to make it as unattractive as possible for them to break ground.
Email's the best for all of us.
Okay.
Because then we get it immediately.
When you're all being buried in email right now, will you see it in time for your new session?
Yeah, I'm up to date except
I'm
last
just
night
asking
and
because,
today.
you know, I know that you're being inundated, so I just want to make sure, not that everybody else's thing isn't important, but this ordinance is supposedly going to make Portland a great place to work and a great place to live, so I figure it could do the same thing for Sherwood if you wanted to take a look at it. Yes. I don't know if my, yeah. it's
I
fine.
know. And, I think we've been in touch with the Portland City Attorney's Office, and I can get a copy of it from them, but we've been talking with them also about how it's being implemented through BOLI and so on. So not only can we get a copy of the ordinance, but we can also, I think, shed some light on how it would be implemented.
It's burdensome, I will tell you, for anybody who has more than 5 employees from a bookkeeping standpoint. But the goal is for the city of Portland to present that to the state of Oregon. So it could pass statewide anyway. So if Sherwood just wanted to get ahead of the game, that would just put you ahead of the game. So, I mean, that's
Mr. Mayor,
their goal.
may I ask a question? I think I shut down my computer. I'm sorry.
Sure.
I'm going to get these numbers wrong. But is it House Bill 3306 or something was just in-house rules today, and they were having a public hearing on
Yes.
the house? Because that would be statewide. And
Yes,
would
they are
obviate
trying
local
to
needs.
pass it statewide. That is the goal of the Portland City Council, was to pass it in Portland and then submit it to the state
But
so it would get
you were in the
statewide.
legislature today.
I
Did
was
that-
I was in Ways and Means today.
So you don't know what happened to the bill today?
I didn't hit the I just hit Ways and Means, and then I was with
Sir, the only reason I bring that up is because if statewide legislation passed, obviously would
don't have a
obviate any
choice,
local
right.
needs.
Right. So I'm just saying that Portland got in front and wanted to get it implemented there. If Sherwood wants to do that, it makes it unattractive for businesses who don't want to treat employees the right way and want to retaliate against them for not wanting to come to work when they're sick.
Okay.
So that was just, I just wanted to have an ability, because I couldn't make it last night, to get it in front of you. And then I only had one other. Oh,
Well, you're out of time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We
Okay.
have a meeting. We're going to hold a special.
Well,
Go ahead.
I don't want to
Come
mince
on.
things. I just one tiny little thing. Just
tiny.
my little dig at Walmart is, I left retail after working in it for 20 years. I was a manager at Target. I was a manager at a Home Depot. So I kind of have my views on retail as a whole. But I'm in construction now, and I will tell you that every construction site that Walmart is on, that I send employees to, they've been in so much trouble with the federal courts that they have to file an Exhibit L form that says they are proving every single person working on their sites is legally and documented to work in the U.S., because they consistently get in trouble for using undocumented labor and cutting corners and using subcontractors who use undocumented labor as well. And that never goes away. And so I just don't feel like that's a business I want in my community that has to be held accountable. Unlike Target or Albertsons or Safeway or Home Depot or any other place that I build, they don't have to have that. It's a requirement only for Walmart at this current time for anybody I've built in this state.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you get her name and address?
I have her sheet.
Okay.
Yes. Mirta Meyer.
Well, first I'd like to, my name is Mirta Meyer. I live at 24002 Southwest Middleton. First, I'd like to apologize for my personal outburst in asking everyone to shush, because that's exactly what I don't want to see happening at these meetings. I am a big fan of due process, and I do believe that the citizens have a right to speak in their order. I'm going to talk really fast. I would like for council, based on a number of different issues, including Southwest Corridor expansion, Town Center Plan, Transportation Plan, and a lot of other plans, to immediately direct staff to review and modify the City of Sherwood Code related to traffic impact studies for period, taking into account all trips and net trips. And I'd like to be very clear that net trips should not be excluded going forward. Related very specifically to Langer Farms Phase 7 development, it does appear that there is a discrepancy in the determining factors for traffic impact between 3 different documents. One dated June 21st, 2012, Langer Farms subdivision approval. The second, July 2012 traffic study that Kittleson and Associates prepared as retained by the Langer family, and the November 7th, 2012 staff decision. Additionally, there are general discrepancies between all of those 3 documents related to related very specifically to storm sewer grading, erosion control, and even neighborhood meeting requirements. Those are just a few of the things that I noticed general discrepancies on. I think it's more than important. I think it's necessary for the integrity of the City of Sherwood and all jurisdictions that documents be prepared accurately and consistently every time. So if one document says X, Y, Z, and and those parameters need to be passed into all subsequent documents. I think that when there are those kinds of discrepancies and typos and dates and errors, it's glaringly obvious, and that's when citizens like myself become really concerned about how decisions are being made and Planning Commission recommendations are being made to you and others. There's also discrepancies in language in regard to the stormwater facility language in the amended and restated development agreement dated July 26th, 2010. Again, my same comments on accurate documentation. And additionally, as all of those things relate to staff time, asking our staff now to review all of these documents, which I do think is very important and necessary before final permits and certificate of occupancies for sure are granted. All of these documents need to be very carefully reviewed. And last but not least, in regard to the proposed ordinances, as Councilor Clark, last evening at the Planning Commission stated, the intention of the ordinances, while in fact do relate in part to Walmart, the goals of these ordinances do indeed better define what residents of Sherwood are looking for in our town. And some of those goals we are limiting hours of operation, overnight parking, employee benefits, and all those things. Last night at the meeting, several councilors, including Councilor Grant and Folsom, indicated, and I'm paraphrasing as best I can, that that the council should give up on ideas that they don't understand, that those things are out of your scope. Councilor Grant went on to say that we don't have, meaning the city of Sherwood, does not have the infrastructure and legal counsel to send staff on a wild goose chase. I find this really, really problematic. The city council exercises policymaking and legislative authority.
You're going to have to wrap it up, okay?
And because the council does make legislative authority, as it pertains to even bargaining agreements within the city, the council is able and does, in fact, provide policy that contains provisions on such matters as salaries, vacations, sick leave, medical and dental, working conditions, and grievance procedures for other organizations. So I really think that these ordinances, to better define this community, ought to very strongly be considered and voted on in favor of by all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. And would everybody please keep the emails coming? I'm reading them all and I want to respond to people. So, next.
Stephanie Sass.
Stephanie Sass, 17032 Southwest Lindley Way, Sherwood, Oregon. I have a big, long letter in front of me, but I'm just going to read a couple paragraphs to keep it short for you guys. This is my first council meeting. I apologize for not attending sooner. I was naive and assumed that the council was working in the best interest of the city of Sherwood and its residents. I assumed the council and city staff was listening to the residents. I assumed our city council would be transparent. I'm now learning I've assumed wrong. I've learned my lesson and will no longer sit on the sidelines quietly. I will be attending these meetings. To speak to Council President Henderson, I've emailed the council multiple times and have heard no response in the last week, and the same for my husband. So I'm asking questions, they're not getting answered. You said you're always available. Just letting you know. I urge you to pass the ordinances before you. It doesn't matter what other counties, other cities are doing. Sherwood needs to be the example and not a statistic. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll get back with you on the email, I promise. I'm not up to quite that far. I'm up 200 and I think something, but not quite your.
6 days ago, my first one.
I'm getting close.
Nancy Taylor.
Here we go again. Nancy Taylor, 17036 Southwest Lindley Way. You all need to just memorize it or I'll bring a place card back with me next time. Again, I'm going to repeat what I've said to you before. I will be here every Tuesday night of my life at a planning meeting and or a council meeting, I will give up NCIS because I don't trust any of you now. Not a person sitting up there except for the mayor. I've been looking all of you in the eyes, and you have been telling me that you don't care what we have to say. Here is a list of 440 cities here in the United States, in Canada, and in Mexico. And they were somehow able to keep Walmart out. A list of 440 cities. Yet you don't think it can happen. And I'm amazed. Do you know that Selwood, which is not a city, it's a neighborhood. Selwood, Oregon. Have any of you been there? They're doing a bridge project. So I think some of you would be aware. Okay. They were able to keep Walmart out. And do you know how? Anyone want to venture to guess? Pretty good. Pretty good. The people behind me seem to have done their homework. Have any of you looked at how the city or the neighborhood of Selwood was able to keep Walmart out? Because I'll make it simple for you. They didn't need them. They had enough shopping. They simply said, go a little further out, put your little store out there, put your superstore someplace else. If people here want to really, really, really shop there, they'll find you. End of story. Other than, I have heard in Washington County there are 17 sites that they're currently looking at to put another Walmart. So do we really need one in Sherwood? I understand there's one going in Hillsborough. I found online what the LLC is, and I think maybe somebody here in this room probably belongs to that LLC.
Thank you.
Mortiza on Wheatstone Way. Amanda Stanaway.
Is this on? I wrote Matt Langer a song this week. Last week, maybe. It was a few weeks ago. I got this email while I was sitting here. I'm over here doing my reading. We're all tired. Like, we've all been working really hard in our own ways at trying to not have Walmart come. And this one, I don't actually know who this is from, but it says, Dear Rebecca, I strongly believe that the city manager needs to be recalled. He got visibly angry when I asked the city receptionist if they knew where the petition for no Walmart is in Sherwood is located. He told me that folks like me need to obey something, and then it gets really messy at the end. And I just want to remind all of you staff that you actually work for the city, and the city is right here. We're all back here. And so for anybody that needs to know where the petitions are, there's people walking around, and they're at Albertsons, and there's a lot of us. My friend over here said that 5 houses out of 100 say, we want Walmart, and the rest of us are saying, no way, we don't want it here. And we're getting bigger and bigger in numbers. We have 1,600 petitions that have been signed, and they're getting to be more and more. And the more of us that there are, the more of us are going out and walking and knocking on doors. And I would guess that probably city council is going to have a hard time getting reelected next season. And I like some of you, and so I'm feeling sort of bad about that, but I also realize too that due process has been neglected in this situation. I mentioned at the planning meeting a few weeks ago, I own a piece of property in rural Washington County, and it's a commercial piece, and it's a weird piece of property. And when any one of my neighbors within a 10-mile radius decides to do something with their property, I get notice in my post box. I live here in Sherwood. And oh my gosh, it's here. If anybody wanted, it's so great. Okay, this came to me in my email. Oh, wonderful. Okay, so anyways, when any one of my neighbors does something with that piece of property, I get a physical public notice in the mailbox, and I read it and I say, oh, so and so's doing this with their property. Am I interested? No. Yes. Sometimes no. And I make my decision on what I'm going to do based on my level of interest. And I've owned my home in Sherwood here since 2001, and I got stuck here. I don't love Sherwood. I get emotional when I get up here. I've been trying really hard to make a home here for my daughter because we're here. And part of the reason why I don't love Sherwood is because people drive in their big SUVs and they have no idea what they're doing. They're going to stores and buying more crap that they don't need, and it's disgusting, and it's eroding away everything that our nation was built on. Every time we purchase something overseas, it's like, do you really know what you're doing? Have you guys seen the pictures from Bangladesh? Have you seen them? And I don't want to live in a place like that.
Thank you. My Harley Davidson was made in America, so there we go.
Dean Boswell.
But not your iPhone.
That's true.
My name is Dean Boswell. I live at 22796 Southwest Lincoln Street, Sherwood, Oregon, 97140. I'm a person who tries to be everybody's friend. I mean, you have to really crap on me to not be my friend. And as you guys can contest, I'm trying to reach out to the council members. And I'm trying to reach out to the council members, and I'm trying to reach out to these people at the same time. And I'm having problems because what we have here is a broken city. It is very broken, and it's really it's disappointing. I understand, some of these guys, they're upset about like the budget. Oh, what's here and that. I spent 6 years in the military doing logistics. I've seen budgets that would make you faint. I worked at a parts warehouse that we had almost $1 billion in parts. I helped accountable officers find $10 million tank engines. I understand budgets. I understand money has to be spent. I've got no problem with that. What I'm going to talk about right now, though, is, and no offense to you guys, but the passing of the budget tonight is just showing how broke everything is. It wasn't that the budget was wrong. It's these people are concerned that the city's broken, and they're saying, we want more discussion. Yeah, a lot of it's about Walmart, but they want more discussion. You guys have been saying for years you want people here. They're here, and they're saying, we're here. And then you guys turn around and you say, oh, that's fine, but we're going to do this anyways. They want discussion. And we're at a point now, nothing's going to get solved. We're going to be talking about other things, whether Walmart goes in or not. A year from now, we're going to be in this exact same position where we're sitting here till, and I can do it. I can live on 4 hours of sleep, and it doesn't have to be all at once. So I could be here all night. But we're going to be here till midnight a year from now. We need to find a way that we can get the concerns of the citizens without the this big cluster, and get the city council to say, you know what? Okay, we've made some mistakes. We need to look at what the citizens want. And it's not just, we want a genie. We don't want to rub a lamp and get a genie. But we want a community where we can be friends, where I can go down the street and no matter what I think of Matt Langer right now, that he can say hi to Dean Boswell, and I don't think bad things. And the same with these people. I want to be able to do the same thing. And that's what I thought Sherwood was when I came here. So now we're at an impasse. We're never going to make it out if we keep doing things like passing a budget right there on the spot when people are hurting. People are wanting to participate. They're wanting to fix things. And I'm going to use my last 50 seconds here. I sent out an email to all of you because there's other plans coming up that's not Walmart that we're just going to slap up buildings. And Naomi mentioned about some. I just drove around town, didn't even do half the driving, and I found 24 commercial spots. The city planning commission said we want to plan for the future. Well, how many people are we planning on? 100 businesses coming here, in the next 20 years? I got 27 more seconds. In the 90s, they did down the I-5 corridor. They laid cable for high-speed access. They laid tons of it. 90% of it never got used. Taxpayer dollars, consumer dollars. How much crap are we going to put up that's not going to get used, that will eventually get teared down? We need to stop. We need to refocus. We need to pull in the concerns.
Thank you. That's it. And now we're going to hang on. I believe we're going to adjourn. We're going to adjourn, and then we're going to reconvene into the urban renewal.
I can make that very simple. I have
Make it
nothing
very simple.
for tonight,
Okay.
unless there's questions.
Oh, I did have one thing.
Sure, go ahead.
Mine was just that due to the massive amount of comments we're getting that I love every one of them, and they're on tape and on video. We have talked about the city recorder being able to paraphrase that we can refer to on the tape. So we still will get the full message. It's just she won't be typing for 60 hours, so she can deal with a lot of these other issues we're dealing with, and we can actually move along faster. So I had talked to the council about that. So do you?
So to clarify, to make sure everyone understands, it's video logged, which is available on the website. It's but what you're talking about are the minutes that are the documents. Is that correct, Sylvia?
I believe
That's part of it.
an audio and a video recording of any public meeting has a 1-year retention. It's the written record that's permanent retention, and I believe that's what the mayor is referring to, is the written record. The minutes that I produce are very lengthy, and he has asked me to reduce that by summarizing the comments received to keep them, for example, someone opposed, someone in favor, someone commented regarding crime, someone comment, to keep it to the meat of the comments rather than the full content of the comments. That is what the mayor has asked me to do, and I asked him to poll the council to see if the council agreed with summarizing to that degree.
Everything will still be in there. She just won't have to do verbatim on every single thing because we're getting behind. It'll all be there, and you'll be able to view it and all that. But she will put.
Does the written, her paraphrase is going to have an equal, the video will stay the same length of time? Because my testimony before has been nothing like what has been paraphrased into.
Well, let us work with it and see if you approve of it. How's that? We'll try it because
the minutes can be changed.
It's not law that we actually have to do them verbatim. And that's the whole thing. We want your comments. We'll take your comments. We're listening to them. They're part of the record. It's just that when she has to do 3.5 pages on one person, if we could cut it to a half a page and you think that it's all in there, it's still all going to be in there.
If we submit it in writing, will it go in as written?
Oh,
Can
that
we
might save some
can we do
time.
that?
It doesn't matter whether I transcribe it or if it's written, it's still the same length. Is that the council's concern? Don't be concerned necessarily with my time. It is what the council wants for their record. What do you want for your written record?
If they turn in a written statement to us, does that go into the record?
All this goes into the record.
Right.
Everything that's submitted goes into the
What
record.
would be the retention on those?
That's a 5-year
5
retention.
years. So we would have your comments. And actually, you could even get more involved in them if you want to do them yourself, because sometimes people forget up here and shortchange it and they want stuff. So I'd be happy to take it in written form. It actually means a lot more if we see the whole written.
Mayor, I think what the audience is concerned about is that their statements are fully noted in the minutes, not necessarily in the record. I have received some comments previously that my summarization was not in the detail that some had wished it had been.
But you would still have their comment in there. I mean, we'd still.
In where? I'm sorry, in where?
They turn in a written.
I transcribed the notes for the Luba case, for the Cannery PUD, and what struck me over and over and over is how, except for the lawyer who was always quoted verbatim, what people said, and then when I listened to the actual tapes of what they said, had nothing to do with each other. They were summarized in such a way that the meaning was changed. And I saw it over and over and over. And I have a real problem with not, not keeping things the same length of time. And
What about the video? My video was placed when I first testified.
No, that's a lot too.
Well, it's.
Minutes is minutes, but you've got to have a backup.
We do have, yeah, we would have a backup to them. But if everybody's dead set against it, I won't even bring it up. It's just that you have to understand we only have so many hours in a day, so we have to, I mean, we're really interested in getting all your comments in there, but to type verbatim for, like next week, it'll be probably hours, and that's not a bad deal. I love it. But you've sent us email comments that a lot of them right there we could just put in the record, and it would be great. It means more if you give it to us, I feel. It's in your words, and it's exact, and because once in a while we do make mistakes. So if you'd do that, give it to her, and it would have to be brought here, right, to go into the record?
I'm sorry, I didn't get the question.
If they email it to you, does it go into the record?
No, it does not.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
This is the record.
Right,
This
so
right here,
you'd
this
have
is
to
the
bring
record.
your typed up ones here. And actually, you could go in much more detail than we can give you in 4 minutes. So I think it's an advantage, but that's just. Council?
I think we hear pretty. Sorry. I think we're hearing pretty clearly from the citizens that they're worried that they won't be judged as they'd like to be. So I think we need to keep it going. That's just. I
agree for now then. And we'll come back on it. And it wasn't just pertaining to the Walmart. It's a lot of things that.
We'll find efficiencies,
right?
But we don't want to do it at the expense of what they feel
right.
is their voice. Right.
So for now, we'll just keep it the way it is. I erased what I said. See, what you guys say does mean something right there. We're gonna adjourn this meeting and go into the urban redevelopment. Welcome to stay for that too.